Jerry Faulkner up on lane 1 right now, looking for the front 4. And that's lane 1 for you. I don't know because I'm not right behind that pair, but I wouldn't be surprised if he hit that bounce spot that shoots the ball to the left a little bit. Lanes 1 and 2 can be drastically different from each other, but they really are drastically different from each other. I mean, they can get to where lane 1 hooks like 5 and 6 and sometimes even 7 boards more than lane 2. But lane 1 also has this spot in the middle of the head where if you set the ball down, or not set the ball down, if you throw the ball down on it, the ball's going to jump to the left a little bit. So you get into a situation where you either got to get a little further left and like slow roll it, hope it hooks back enough and carries, or throw it over that spot if you're like right there, you know. That was a good shot by John Burkett, and it rang a 10-pin. Goes Chris Warren, lane 1. Big time action bowler. Oof, a little bit high on that one too. He had a double going into that shot. Not too pleased about it. Pretty sure. Pretty sure that's a pandemonium solid that Michael Hoggenstone. I can't actually say that that's the case. Oh, they put the two lefties together in the same pair. Well, then they didn't put them anywhere. They're in there based on where they qualified at. That one can be sneaky. You can easily take the front 3 off and leave the 9-pin sitting there. Dave Covington is struggling to find a look to start with, and I think that's because of how different they're playing between. He bowled, I believe, the C squad yesterday. Yeah, he did, and that was the squad where they started. Everybody started further left, and they were kind of hooking more just because that's how this deal goes a lot of the times. Second place qualifier, Paul Fleming, is spare 4-bagger through 5 frames, right underneath Chris Warren, who's up on lane 2 right now. He's got lane 2 lined in. He's got to figure out what's going on lane 1. Oh, ooh, that was almost a gnarly 8-pin there on lane 7 for Jeff Johnson. Jerry Johnson about to step up on lane 10, front 3, and before he had it open, then he had a double after that, so he's looking pretty good. Wish I could tell what ball that is that Paul Fleming is throwing. But he's now got a 5-bagger. Dave Covington on lane 4 for another spare conversion. Ooh, chopped it. A little high for Jerry Johnson. He leaves a 9-pin. All right, folks, I didn't realize how cold it was going to be in this bowling alley. I'm going to run out to my truck and grab my sweater, but I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Sorry, folks. It was getting too freaking cold in here. All right.
Podcast.
No, they've cameras all over, so they're live streaming. I'm just kind of talking to everybody because it's kind of boring. Sit there watching, nobody's talking. I did it last week.
I live up in the corner. I watch down here every now and then.
Right. I did it last week for the invitational finals for the last probably about 2 hours. Kind of more entertaining than just standing here watching bowling. You know what I mean?
Although it can be entertaining just watching bowling.
No, yeah, they were bowling well last week.
That's why we go.
I walked in like the beginning of the fourth game, and they had 11 games of match play. And I was like, after like 9 games, I was like, all right, Dennis, someone grab this microphone.
Did you say your name's Dennis?
No, Dennis Stone.
Oh, okay.
Right there. I said to Dennis, I was like, I'm gonna grab this microphone and tape it. Go for it.
I thought this was Chris's house.
Yeah, they kind of own it together.
Okay.
Those two and I believe Susie, Dennis's wife, girlfriend, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think they're kind of in it together. But yeah, I told the people, Chris is basically the proprietor here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Come on, Ricky.
Got some good games going on, 1 and 2. Chris struck out for 235 here in the first game. Paul Fleming can strike out for, looks like, 258. And then Gary Faulkner strikes out. Looks like we got 256 on that pair. So that's for what I believe is probably the toughest pair in the house. Those are some three big games going on that pair. Paul Lamont's not bowling bad either. He just left a 7-pin. If he converts and strikes out, he's looking at 207. I mean, John Burkett has gotten out of that Nova. It looks, I believe that was a dark code that just went down the lane, but I don't know. Michael Haugen has just opened up the front part of the lane, and it looks to be working pretty well for him. Tom Carter probably needs to figure out some way to do the same thing. Emiletto Monticelli seems to have a look right now where it's all or nothing. He left an 8-10 in the first frame, and then he threw a 3-bagger before he split again in the 5th frame and converted it. I didn't see what the split was. I think it was while I was outside. And then he struck, but now he's just left a 7 count at the 3-6-10. Looks like his look might be a little speed sensitive or something like that. Tom Carter's finally just thrown himself a strike. Dave Covington has gotten himself, he's hopped on the strike train. He's got 1 in the 7th, but he's struggling this game. He needs to find a look. Chris Keen's having a little bit of a hard time finding a solid look, it seems. Gary Faulkner has left what looks like a 2-pin from this angle. Paul Fleming just does not have the same ball reaction. Sorry, Paul Lamond does not have the same ball reaction that he had yesterday. He's throwing the same ball. He was throwing that Evo solid yesterday, and he's throwing it right now. But he's not got the same look that he had yesterday morning. Something's a little bit different. On the high end, the gentlemen are struggling on 11 and 12. Ricky Schisler just threw the last 5 for it looks like a 206. Todd Gell can get up here and strike in the fill ball for 178, and Charlie Tony, if he strikes out, is looking at a 201. Jeff Johnson on lane 7 in the 9th frame has got a strike, and that's going to give him, it looks like a 6-bagger. Yeah, he went strike open 6-bagger going into the 10th frame. Michael Haugen just threw on the left and went Brooklyn and almost kicked over the 9-pin, but it didn't. He knew it right off his hand, too. He didn't even want to watch it go down the lane. All All right, lane 1, Paul Lamont shot 183 the first game. Chris Warren's up on lane 2 right now. Well, he didn't have it. He didn't even have his ball in his hand yet. Amuletto's going to go on lane 3 first. Bob Caruso just started the 10th frame on lane 8. If he strikes out, he's got a 182. Jerry, excuse me, 1 second. Johnson on lane 9, shot a 200 even. And Rich Strath opened with, or he did open in the 10th frame, but his opening game is a 183. John Delaney just started his 10th frame on lane 7. He can punch out for 227. Chris Warren got the first one in the 10th on a 235 pace. Gary Faulkner about to step up on lane 1 as soon as Richard Cheney goes on lane 4. Amuletto left himself a 10 pin on lane 3 in the 8th frame. Cheney struck. Gary Faulkner struck on the 10th on 245 pace. Amuletto converts lefty John Delaney on lane 7 for the second one in the 10th. It's going to be a 247. Find out how many pairs everybody's moving right now. It looks like Tom Carter turned himself into a Strata hybrid. Seems that everybody's getting out of the big balls with the huge covers, and they're going into something that's still a big ball, but not with such a big cover. Dave Covington has got himself on the strike train. He's got a 3-bagger going into the 10th frame here. Chris Warren got the second one in the 10th. He needs one more for 235 the first game. Tom Carter, I believe that's a new ball that he's gone to, and it seems to be working out better, starting with that obsession. Chris Warren getting up on the approach on lane 2 to complete the first game. Bob Caruso shot 182. John Delaney shot 214 on lane 7 and 8. Shots away for Chris Warren. And that's that proton physics that just went down the lane. Now, it might be a little bit too early, or he might have missed it at the bottom because he missed the head pin. But he shot 231. I don't know that it's time for that proton physics yet, but might have been trying to check and see. Amuletto just threw that power torque down there and blew a rack up on lane 4. John Marquette has rung a 10 pin in the first shot in the 10th frame on lane 7. Don't believe that that's a dark code. I think that might be an IQ Nano Pearl. Michael Haugen is struck in the 9th frame. If he punches out, it's going to be 234. Gary Faulkner did get 3 in the 10th and shot 245. Paul Fleming is up right now to try and convert this 258 game. That might be a UFO alert. It looks like one from here, but it looks a little too furry. Like he's got a lot of surface on it. Dave Covington is about to step up on the approach on lane 3 to start the 10th frame. He can punch out. He can throw the back 6 for 203 would be huge after the start that he had. Started out open, spare, and then had 2 opens in the 5th and 6th frame before he got on the strike train. Jeff Johnson just shot 268 on lane 8. Come on. 7-pin in the first shot in the 10th frame for Dave Covington. So if he picks that up and spares, or in strikes, it's going to be 182. Which still is not terrible for the start that he had. Could have been way worse. John Burkett just threw what looks like an idle synergy down in the fill ball for a 212. Paul Fleming went strike 8 count, and I believe that he just chopped it. He did for 245. So you got two 245 and a 231 on what I call is probably the toughest pair in the house. I guess it's not really that. It's not that it's not really that tough. It's just if you pay attention to it, you can figure it out and you can score. But if you ain't paying attention, you can have a tough time on that pair. Tom Carter just threw a bird dog across the lane, but didn't need it. And Smith on 3 and 4 finished up the first game at a 170. Tough first game. Michael Hoffman, that one's in, and that's a split, and that's not good on the first shot in the 10th frame. Yeah, he's mad at himself because he knows. All right, so it looks like after the first game, everybody's just going to move a pair to the right. Guys on 1 and 2 are going to go to 3 and 4, 3 and 4 to 5 and 6, and so on. And I say that because the people on 11 and 12 have already started the second game, and I know for a fact that they were on 9 and 10 before they started this game. And Dave Covington strikes in the fill on the 10th frame for that 182 game, which he needed. He needs to keep that going somehow. Tom Carter got that one a little bit out, and it leaves it 248. So if he converts, that's 208 right there. Chris Keene getting up in the 10th frame, working on a double, and can strike out for 212. Bob Caruso just threw the first shot in the second game on lane 10. That was a good shot for Chris Keene right there. He's pretty far left. He's pretty far left. Did not expect to see anybody that far left this early. But that's his deal there. Tom Carter getting up to try and convert the spare to shoot that 208 game. Richard Cheney just went spare strike in the 10th to shoot a 203 on lane 4. And Leto's still in that power torque, and that's going to make a 3-bagger. He's got 1 shot left in the 10th frame. If he strikes out, it's going to be 226. Chris Keene, the ball's away, and he leaves a 2-8. It was a little bit out. It kind of looks like he got it. He didn't get around it as much as he did on the first one. It looked like he kind of rolled that one a little bit. A little bit too much. All right, and that's going to finish up the first game. We got trying to see around someone. Oh, all right. Second game starting up on lane 3 and 4. Those are your top 4. Everybody else is kind of moving around. 9 and 10's gotten started for a minute. They're making breakfast in here, and it smells so good. I think I'm about to get some. And Paul Lamont's struggles may continue here. He's gone big 4 in the first shot in the second game. Remember how I said everybody's gotten away from the big balls with the big covers? And he's still throwing that Quantum Evo solid, and that could be doing him in. Oh, you know what? The ball that Michael Hoggin's throwing is that new shim. What is the big shim? So he may very well be on staff with Big now. I know last year he wasn't on staff with anybody. He was a free agent. Kind of threw a little bit of everything, but he does look to be throwing that big shim down there right now. All right, so I'm going to give you a rundown of where everybody's at right now. Lanes 1 and 2, we got one of the threesomes down there. It's the Todd Gell, Charlie, Tony, Ricky Schisler threesome. Lanes 3 and 4 is your top 4 qualifiers. That's where Chris Warren, Paul Lamont, Paul Fleming, and Gary Faulkner are at. Lanes 5 and 6 is where David Covington, Amoletto Monticelli, Glenn Smith, and Richard Cheney are. 7 and 8 is where Tom Carter, Dan Schmerbach, Chris Keene, and Michael Haugen are. 9 and 10 right this minute. We got John Delaney, John Burkett, Jeff Johnson, and Bob Caruso. And then 11 and 12 is where we've got Jerry Johnson, Richard Strath, and Gary Ray at right now. They're almost halfway through the game already. They better slow down or they're going to be waiting like 10 or 15 minutes for the game. All right, so yesterday we already kind of talked about kind of some of the things that happened in the A squad, but B squad was where Gary Faulkner was, and he lit him up to start a little bit. I don't know what ball he started with, but he was in a 3D by game 3 and shot 245 for a 780 for the first 3 games. Had a chance really to take over the lead after 4 games. I don't remember what he shot in the 4th game, but he slowed down and let me see, where was he? Okay, he shot 196 in the 4th game, 214 in the 5th game. Not that 214 is bad, but if he wanted to take over Chris Warren, who had that huge day that we talked about earlier, he was going to need more than a 196 in the 4th game. Either that or he was going to need to do something huge in the last 2 games. And, I mean, had decent games, but they weren't going to be what he needed to take over first place. Amoletto was in that squad. Like I said earlier, he kind of rode the roller coaster a little bit. It wasn't bad. Obviously, he made it today, but just kind of had a little bit of an up and down day. Our proprietor in here, who had that halfway decent game the first game, had a pretty solid day yesterday. Didn't have any games under 200. Had a couple of 2-0s. Shot like 260. 265 in game 3. But other than that, 2-teen, 2-0, 2-teen, 2-0, 2-0. I mean, it's a solid day. Made it to today. Can't really complain about that. Everybody that makes it to today is going to catch a check. So, and like I said before, Tom Carter had himself a pretty solid day yesterday too. He didn't really have any terrible games. I mean, he started off with a 183, which is a little slow, but I don't even know if he bowled this event last year, first time in a bowling alley, or even if it's your second time in a bowling alley. It's kind of tough to start off real fast unless you just hop on a line and never get off of it. But after that, he went 211, 260, 220, 215, 215. So can't really complain about that. C squad was where John Burkett bowled. And I think I said this already one time, but I'll say it again. He started further left than anyone that I saw. And honestly, in the beginning, he was what I call slanging wood. I mean, like the first game and a half, 2 games, I think I saw him throw 3-4 messengers as far as left as he was. It looked like he was kind of slow rolling a phase too, but I don't know. Like I said, I wasn't in the bowling alley. I was watching on the live stream. You can pick up the recognizable bowling balls on the live stream, but some of them, like the phase 2 and stuff, you kind of can't. Really, the entire squad, the entire C squad. Amuletto chopping out that 10 pin, making a little hand motion about it.
I did.
Looks like he's really trying to get on something good here. Chris Warren staying with that gem in the second game. And he just sent a bird dog over the 9 pin on that deal. It was on that pair, right? Yeah, that was the pair he shot that 300 game in game 3 yesterday. So watch that one because he could very well do it again. He seems to like that pair. But yeah, the entire C squad started way further left than really, in my opinion, the other 2 squads. I mean, John Burkett started pretty far left, but the rest of the guys were all center, left of center, 20, 25, and letting it go out there. But I mean, like I said, that's the difference in the pattern being laid out for probably a 4th or 5th time in 2 days. And then the late in bed's getting hot because a million bowling balls going on the ring. Chris Keene goes through the face on the second frame. Still throwing that ebonite arrow. He might be one of the ones that might fall victim to throwing too big of a ball right now. Paul Fleming's bowling well. I really think that's a UFO alert. I've got a shirt on that can tell the USBC what to do about that. All right, back to talking about the C squad a little bit. Paul Fleming, who just threw that strike on lane 4, bowled the C squad, and he's a guy that had a chance to take over Chris Warren. It was your second place qualifier, and really didn't do anything wrong or bad. I mean, his lowest game for the day was 233, 234, 233. I mean, low game for the day of 6 games at 233, but you're trailing the first place guy by 46 pins. I mean, he did everything he could, basically, except for shoot 300, really. The C squad is where we got our highest local qualifier, Dave Covington, from. Dave had a pretty good day. Went 218, 249, 211, 246, 225. The last game, he fell victim a little bit. A lot of the guys from the C squad didn't have the greatest 6th game, and that easily could be because of how far left it really everybody started, honestly. There's some guys in here that's got some rev rate, but I'm not going to mince words or sugarcoat it. I mean, these guys are a little bit older. Some of them don't have the rev rate that they had before or that some of the younger guys have. Dave's got a decent amount of rev rate. I'm sure he had a lot more back in the day. As I was watching, it seemed to me like they just were too burned up in the middle for him to be able to get the ball to go through the pins the right way, basically. He was throwing the ball good, and I feel like I saw him leave 3 or 4 10 pins and a 7 pin, like a 9 pin or something like that. It gets to a point when they're so burned up that if you don't have anything that stores better than what you're throwing, stores energy better than what you're throwing, then you're going to have to figure out a way to trick it to get it to go through the rack the right way. And that ain't always the easiest thing on the face of the planet to do. Chris Warren up on lane 3. Oh, and he was telling it to go left, and it did. He's got the front 4. The guy has thrown 16 in a row in that pair of lanes between yesterday and today. Dave Covington seems to be on a little bit of a line now. Strike, spare, strike. Shelly coming up in the 6th frame. Mr. Taylor.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, man? I don't know if you remember me. I bowled that one at Lightning Strikes like a month ago.
Yeah, I thought I knew your face. Yes,
5 days
sir.
later, I broke my foot.
Oh,
I haven't picked up a bowling ball
brother.
since that tournament.
Oh, man.
I can laugh about it now, but I was pretty upset about it at first. The day it happened, I was planning on going home and paying the entry fee for the Spring Hill one.
Man. What'd you do?
I stepped on a tape measure in my warehouse.
Oh, crap.
One of them Fat Maxes. I didn't know it was on the floor, and I was going fast. And you could basically say that I jumped on it, but I didn't jump on it.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So we're gonna be out for a little bit. Yeah, he's throwing well right now in this pair.
Squeaks over here.
Squeaks.
Warren
Is that what you called him? Squeaks?
Squeaks.
That's hilarious.
Squeaks. Well, Sammy texted me. He goes, I'm watching y'all on live stream. He goes, tell Squeaks, Warren, I said, hey.
That's hilarious.
I've been calling that ever since.
He's got 16 in a row on that pair of lanes between
yeah.
yesterday and today. Yeah, he likes that pair.
You shot 300.
He's on that pair.
Yeah, it was 300.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. Then he had 79 or 78 right behind us.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a monster yesterday. He didn't really miss too much of a beat. That pair over there is real
Yeah,
funny. He shot 800 in those 3 games on that pair. I think lane 1 got him.
He did. I talked to Chris. I said, what pair of lanes would you rather me take out? He goes, 1 and 2. Like, all right. I see why.
Right.
So with the round of 8, I've got everything 3 through 12. So.
Okay, yeah. Oh, for the match play?
Yeah, the match plays 3 through 6 and 9 through 12. So,
Okay, cool. Chris Warren getting up on the approach on 4, go for the front 5. Rings a 10 pin. That was a good looking ball, but he just wrapped a 10 pin. Got the guys on 11 and 12 are going to finish up game 2 here in a minute. They're all going into finishing up the 9th frame and going into the 10th frame. I didn't really realize it, but on 5 and 6 right in front of me, we've got Glenn Smith, the front 5. And Mileto had the front 4, but he just left the 7th in. John Burkett is struggling on 9 and 7. He has not yet thrown a strike in this game. Gary Faulkner's not having the easiest time with lanes 3 and 4 right now either. shot. Tom Carter's on a 4-bagger after opening up in the first frame on lane 7 and 8 in game 2. Paul Lamont's still struggling. He has gotten out of that Evo solid. It looks, I think that was a blood red jab going down the lane, but I don't know. Yep, Glenn Smith on the front 6. He's still throwing a gem. Chris Warren getting up on the approach on lane 3 for the 6th frame. A little high, and I see a 10-pin there. Oh, 410. Leaves a 410. That's tough. Lanes 11 and 12, they're finishing up. Gary Ray shot 238 to finish that game. Jerry Johnson don't believe he got it. It's going to be a 210 game. Top 2 of the 6, 2 of the 4, sorry, off. 6 count. Chris Keene is struggling a little bit this game. He's only got a strike in the 3rd frame, and he's opened in the 2nd, and he's looking at a baby split right now in the 5th. Chris almost converted that 410. Shot the 4 over towards the 10, but it went a little bit behind it. Emiletto approaching on 6 right now. Still throwing that power torque. And he struck. Gary Faulkner strikes on lane 4. Folks, I think I'm going to go to the bathroom and order some breakfast real quick. I'll be back.
Your next appointment is here. If something comes up, I'll call you before. So one day I'm up in the van handle, this gal identifies herself as being from that doctor. Race myself. Oh boy, here we go. And what they said was that they found one of the tests, they found a mass behind my right ear. They wanted to do further testing. They did. Well, the mass is nothing, but the blood test revealed the point. So, and the guy that he referred me to got everything back to him March 1st, I believe, or maybe even before that. Like, and I knew I left that doctor's office and they'd arranged for an appointment or a referral or whatever. And I kept not hearing.
Great. Good choice.
Down the doctor's office. Well, you didn't get any of our voicemail? I said no, but not only no, but hell no. Yeah. So I have an appointment Monday morning at 8. I think it's the beginning of the period where the questions that I have. You know, what is it? Is it aggressive? Is it something I don't have to worry about? Yeah. Now, Mark and I had told you 2 things today. Even if it were something for me that most people would worry about, I'm not worried about it. I'm just not. I've already told my wife, I'm aggressive, I'm not treating it. If there's a bill for it, I might take it. And do not resuscitate. I'm going home. Let me go. it gets painful, I'll take morphine and stay happy. It's just it's either I'm going to the street corner and finding this girl. One of the two. It's that simple. Yeah. I ordered some steps that I take. And if, we have an appointed time. So, I've always spoken that if God plans your day, you're not getting off the track. That freight train is running you over.
That's tough. Tom Carter just chopped the 2 off of the 6. Sorry, the 3 off of the 6. Oh, Dave Covington just threw a really good shot and left a gnarly little 9-pin. Ooh, Chris Warren has found himself some trouble here on 3 and 4. He's gone open in the 6th and 7th frames. The first one was that 410 we talked about. I didn't see the second one. It was probably while I was in the bathroom just a second ago. Meanwhile, Gary Faulkner may have found himself something on that pair. Yeah, 11 and 12 is done, and their next pair, I believe, is going to be 3 and 4, and they're waiting. Glenn Smith had the front 6 before he opened up, and then he just spared in the 7th or in the 8th frame. Nobody really has any huge games going right now. There's some decently big games going. One right in front of me now, 5 and 6 from Glenn. Amaletto actually does have a 279 game going right now. He had the front 4 before he left I believe it was a 10-pin, and now he's got the next 2. But that's about the only real big game going. Jeff Johnson's got something going down, 9 and 10. He can punch out for, it looks like 244. Paul Lamont just picked up a 410. Big shot there on 3 and 4. Still struggling bad, though. Chris Warren has just split again on lane 3. That is 3 straight 8 splits in a row. Can't see what this one is. Oh, it's a 710. Nobody made any noise when that happened. I didn't even know it happened. I bet you he's fixing to pull that proton out here in a minute. I mean, and I don't know what the second of the 3 splits was, but 3 8 splits in a row. Probably you're doing something wrong, whether it's the wrong ball or the wrong thing with your hand or you're in the wrong part of the lane. Amaletto left a 10-pin in the 8th frame on lane 6. Gary Faulkner trying to make it a 3-bagger in the 8th frame. Ooh, 2-8-10.
Yeah, it says 47. I did it in 32. I have no problem.
Amaletto converts, so if he strikes out, that's 258. Dave Covington getting up in the 9th frame in lane 5. Tom Carter struck after he chopped that 3-6. Lanes 9 and 10. We're fixing to get into the 10th frame right now. Good shot, Dave. Glenn Smith getting up on lane 6 right now. Chris Keene has just gone to the purple urethane ball and left a stupid 8-pin. Chris Warren just left a 2-4-8-10 in the ninth frame. He's in some trouble here. I don't feel like I would have thrown that ball on that. Nah, I'm holding the microphone. He's holding the ball. Granted, my foot's broke. John Delaney on a 4-bagger going into the 10th frame here on lanes 9 and 10. Bob Caruso shot 166 on that pair. And that looks like it's a 5-bagger. Nope, 7-pin standing there. So if he picks this up and strikes, he's 204. I don't know. I think it's time to get out of that gem and get that proton physics down. Yeah, it does. And he picked it up. That was a good conversion right there. He just picked that 2-4-8-10 up. Emiletto left a 4-7 in the 9th frame on lane 5. Jeff Johnson can pick up his 2-pin and strike for 220 on lane 9. Chris Keene rolling with that pink hammer, the urethane one, the new one, the Widow. All right, so if Emiletto strikes out now, it's 246. Dave Covington can strike out for 216. Jeff Johnson converts that 2-pin. He's got a chance to strike and shoot 220. Tom Carter getting up in the 10th frame on lane 8. He's got a chance for a big one here. It's 245 if he strikes out. He went open, 5-bagger, open, double. First shot's away, and it's a good one. Michael Haugen is up on a 4-bagger going into the 10th frame. If he strikes out, he's looking at 233. It'll be the back 7 for 233. Chris Keene can strike out for a 200 even. Dan Schmerbeck struggling a little bit on that pair, can strike out for 212. Not as bad as Chris was. Or is. Good shot, Dave. Dave Covington gets the first one in the 10th. Still on pace for that 216. Ricky Schisler just finished the second game on lane 1 and 2, and he shot 185. Chris Warren got the first one in the 10th, just threw the second one and crumbled the 2.8. Keeps him on pace for a 204. Ooh, Glenn Smith just chopped the 6 off of the 10 for a 222. That could have been a much bigger game. That was a gentleman that started with the front 6 this game. All right, Dave Covington getting up for the second one in the 10th. He's trying to put something together here and shoot 216, get him back to just about even for the day. Chris Warren. No, I don't even see Chris Warren. Yeah, he's in his bag, probably going for that proton. What's he got? What's that in his hand? I can't see it. Oh, it's a blue ball. What do you got there, Chris Warren? I'll be back. Chris Warren just grabbed out an Axiom Pearl for the fill ball in the second game. Paul Lemond shot 189 the second game. And Dave Covington punched out for that 216. That's going to put him, well, he's going to be 2 under for the day. Charlie Tony shot 170 down on 1 and 2. Todd Gell can pick this up and strike for 201. Chris Warren left I don't know what he left, but he threw a 9 count in the fill ball, and it's going to be a 203. Tom Carter got the first 2 and then a 9 count in the 10th for a 204. Michael Hagen went 8 spare 8 for a 209. Amoletto's getting up right now in the first shot in the 10th frame. He's got a chance to shoot 246. Richard Cheney got the first 2 in the 10th. He's fixing to get up there and throw the last one. If he strikes, it's 198. Good shot, Amoletto. Paul Lemond, Paul Fleming struggle a little bit this game. Can strike out for 208. Gary Faulkner went 9 spare in the beginning of this 10th frame of the second game. So if he strikes here in the fill ball, it's going to be a 192. Chris Keene got the first one in the 10th on lane 7. Still throwing the purple or the pink urethane. A little bit high, leaves a 9 pin. A little high, leaves a 9 pin. So I think that's going to be 9 if he picks it up. Dan Schmerbach can convert a 10 pin here for a 201. Amoletto just got the second one in the 10th. Richard Cheney ended up throwing a 6 count. It's a 194. Paul Fleming just rumbled the 10 pin late to stay on that 208 pace. Gary Faulkner did get the strike in the fill ball for 192. This is where they're going to probably skip a pair or two. Yeah, I think it's going to be 2 because I think Jerry Johnson just came off of lane 11 and 12, and he's setting his stuff up behind. It looks like 5 and 6. It's cold in here. All right. Yep. Yeah, guys are skipping 2 pairs for this game. So your top 4 guys are going to be going to, I believe, 9 and 10. No, sorry. Skipping 1 pair because Amoletto just took his stuff to 9 and 10, and he just came off of 5 and 6. So your top 4 guys are going to be on 5 and 6. Your next 4 are going to be on 7 and 8. 4 are going to be on 9 and 10. Well, we've got a little bit of a break in the action here. Today's cut was 22 players. There was 67 players. There was a max field of 72. We got 67 players. Took 22 to today. The cut was 65 over. Your bubble boy, one of our locals, Wayne Toppelman, was 59 over. First one out. And like I said earlier, he made that post on Facebook last night about missing a couple of easy spares, and he would have easily been bowling today. Probably would have been bowling pretty well, honestly, in my opinion. All the pins carried over to these 4 games. We're cutting to the top 8 after this. And then I'm not 100% sure because I don't have any notes about whether we do or don't. I think all the pins carry over into the round-robin match play too. But we're going to have an 8-game block of round-robin match play. Everybody's going to bowl everybody one time, and then the 8th game will be a position round game. And we're going to cut to the top 4 for a step-ladder final. Step-ladder final will be on lanes 7 and 8. We're going to use 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And I believe 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 for the match play. We are way and rolling for game 3. Steven Taylor just went to enter the game 2 scores, and as soon as he's already got him in there. I'm going to give you a rundown. This is halfway through this block. It's like a 4-game shootout block. It's going to determine the top 8. I'm going to give you, after 2 games, who's where. Chris Warren still in first place. He's 34 pins over for today. Paul Fleming is still in second place. He is 53 pins over for the day. Gary Faulkner still in third place. So the top 3 is no change through 2 games. Gary Faulkner is 37 pins over for today. Change starts number 4. Emiletto Monticelli's moved himself into 4th place. He is 70 over on the day. Paul Lamond was your 3rd place qualifier. He's dropped down to 5th so far. He is 28 pins under on the day. Jeff Johnson, I can't even remember where he actually qualified at, but he's making a huge move. He is 88 pins over on the day, 180 over for the tournament. So he was 92 over. I think that was somewhere right around 17th or 18th place. But after 2 games, he's gotten himself up into 6th. 7th place, Glenn Smith is 8 under on the day. And then 8th place, that's your cut line, Tom Carter is 52 pins over on the day. 9th place, Richard Cheney is 16 pins behind Tom Carter. 10th place, Michael Halligan is 19 pins behind Tom Carter. Dave Covington, 11th place, is 24 pins behind. Gary Ray is in 12th place. John Delaney's in 13th. Dan Schmerbach, 14th. Chris Keen's in 15th. John Burkett's in 16th. Jerry Johnson, 17th. Ricky Schisler, 18th. Bob Caruso, 19th. Richard Strath, 20th. Charlie Tony, that one keeps throwing me off a little bit, is in 21st. And Todd Gell is in 22nd. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, you guys might have to excuse me a little bit here because my breakfast just showed up. I'll keep talking a little bit.
Oh, that's a nice fight.
Gary Ray's trying to put something together here on 3 and 4 with the front 2. He's only pins out of the cut line. Glenn Smith is starting off this game well again, like he did last game. Got the front 2. Chris Warren is not liking what he's seeing out of anything right now. Struck in the first frame, and now he's looking at a 2-8-10. He's stuck with that Axiom Pearl. Emiletto's still throwing that power torque, and that's the front 2. Chris Keen got the first one on lane 12, and he's getting up on the approach. He got the first one on lane 11. He's getting up on the approach on lane 12. He's already back out of that pink hammer urethane ball. It looks like a conspiracy scheme in his hand, but he's kind of far away from me.
surprised you're not in there playing the game. I'll go see Jermaine.
This breakfast is not disappointing, boys and girls. Boys can cook in here. Folks, I'm not really sure that I realized that Ricky Schisler was the two-handed guy that was in here balling in the A squad yesterday. Nor did I really realize that he started going two-handed. Gary Faulkner just threw a really good shot down there. Left the 7-pin. John Paquette on lanes 1 and 2 has gotten himself into an RSTX2, but I don't know that he's in the right part of the lane right now. He missed that one at the bottom. Oh, Dave Covington just threw a really good shot down there. Left pocket 710. Paul Fleming is trying to do what he can to overtake Chris Warren right now. He's got the front three. Chris went strike, open strike, and he's up on lane 8 right now for the 4th frame. Appears to still be throwing that Axiom Pearl. Yep, he is. There it goes. Strikes. Jeff Johnson on lane 1's on a 280 pace. Strikes bear double. Paul Fleming on 7 and 8. Just left his first something of the game. I believe that it's a 2-pin. Looks like a 2-pin from here. He had the front 3 before he left that 2-pin. Chris Warren has just gotten himself a 3-bagger.
Get all the members in it, and then at the last minute. I just don't like pulling people out.
Well, also some think about doing even just the standard. Like, when it breaks down, you go one event. It pays for
Gary Ray, one of the, I believe, 2 lefties that made it to today, is trying to make himself a charge of the leaderboard. He started the day, I don't exactly remember where, I think somewhere right around 20th, and he's gotten himself after 2 games up to 12th. And he started this game with the front 3 before he opened, and he just threw a strike after the open, and he just left a 3-pin. He seems to be playing him pretty straight up the left-hand gutter. Gary Faulkner just threw the 3-day down there and it flat 10'd on him. Paul Lamont is in the Evo Pearl, but he's still, I think he's got a little bit better look than he did earlier, but he's still struggling to really get the ball to go through the rack the right way. That was a good one, though. That was a good one, though. That may be an adjustment. He could be onto something there. Who knows? John Burkett is searching for things down on 1 and 2. He threw, what did I say he threw earlier? The RSTX2 on the right lane. He just came off the right lane with a phase 4 in his hand. So either he had thrown the shot before and threw something else and liked it better, or he just threw it on that shot and he didn't like it enough to put it back without having to figuring out what else to throw yet. Nope. I'm just now realizing that 3 lefties made it to today, not 2. 2 of them are on the same pair as each other. The other one's on another pair. Where is he? Yeah. Gary Ray either keeps missing a little bit out or his look is starting to change because that's his second 3-pin in a row. Gary Faulkner, on the other hand, seems to be striking. Oh, he's on a Dutch 200 pace. Chris Warren's on a 4-bagger stepping up in the seventh frame on lane 7. With strike open 4-bagger. If he punches out, I believe that's 268. And you can't put it past him, honestly. A little bit high, leaves a 4-pin. Easily could have been a 410. John Burkett is about fixing to pull his own hair out right now. Glenn Smith over there striking again. Paul Fleming just threw another good shot at fucking, I don't know if it was a flat 10 or a ring 10, but it 10'd.
Wait till Ricky's done before I head off. All right.
Guys on 3 and 4 are struggling. Jerry Johnson can strike out for 194. Gary Ray can pick this up and strike out for 220, which isn't terrible. That's the guy I was talking about a couple minutes ago that's trying to make himself a run up the leaderboard. And then Richard Strath can strike out for 182. Gary picked that up. Paul Fleming on 7 and 8. It's on 279 pace. 3-bagger, 9 spared, next 2. About to step up on the approach. And it looks like that he's throwing an idle synergy. Gary Faulkner just threw his first double of this 3rd game on lane 8. Chris Keene, our proprietor, is on lane 11, about halfway through the 3rd game. Strike, spare, strike, and then 3 spares in a row. That was the longest standing tipped over 10-pin I've ever seen in my life. That thing stood there half on its side for, it felt like 3 seconds before it finally fell over. Glenn Smith is on the strike train down there on 9 and 10. Double, 2 spares in a row, and then a 4-bagger. Chris Warren, your number 1, just threw one down the lane and it blew up the rack. He can punch out for 247 in the 3rd game. Man, it's cold in here. Paul Lamont just let that Quantum Pearl go, and it carried this time. If he manages to put another 4 together after that one, he's going to shoot 228. which he needs. He's still in the cut line, but he needs something like a 228 to keep him in there for one more game. Amaletto is doing what he can to try and take everybody over. Double, 8 spare, 5 bagger, 278 pace on lane 9, 9 and 10. Oh, wow. That was a very good shot by Todd Gell and left a 9-pin, solid 9-pin. Looked like an altered reality going down the lane. Oof. Jerry Johnson is really having the struggles over there on lanes 3 and 4. I just realized that Dave Covington has really started to struggle down on lanes 9 and 10 in this third game. He can only punch out for what looks like about 183. 183, and he was already out of the cut line by 24 pins. So he did just strike there. He needs to strike out, and he needs to have a huge fourth game. Sorry. Chris Warren, your number one, getting up on the approach on lane 7. Oh, that one went high, and he somehow managed to topple over the 9-pin. I don't even know how that fell. It fell forward. Something hit it from the back or something. He's over there trying to figure out what the adjustment is. Gary Faulkner's on a 3-bagger, getting up in the 9th frame on lane 8 right now. If he punches out, it's going to be 250 even. Flat 10. Guys on 3 and 4 getting into the 10th frame. You guys move quick. Jerry Johnson can strike here in the fill for a 149. Gary Ray can out for, I believe, 220. He's got the first one in the 10th. Amaletto just converted something, and I didn't see what it was. It was a 5 count. He left a 5 count, and he converted it. Paul Fleming maybe getting something together here to keep himself in the show. He's got 3 in a row. He's in the 10th frame. He needs the last 2 for, I think I said, 228. Gary Ray did not strike in the second one. The 10th left himself a 7-pin. If he converts, it's 209, but he's going to need more than that. Glenn Smith is on a 5-bagger going into the 10th frame on lane 10. Dave Covington got the first one in the 10th on lane 9. Chris Warren left a 4-pin on the first shot in the 10th frame. So the best he can do is pick this up and strike for 226. Paul Lamont threw that one way out there. Didn't come back to the head pin. Glenn got the first one in the 10th on lane 10. Tom Carter's struggling on lane 12. Just left another 10-pin. That was a big shot by Dave Covington. He's got a lot of work to do in this last 13 shots here. Chris Warren picked up that 4-pin. He's going to try and make some kind of an adjustment, see what he can do here in the fill ball and what he can carry over into the next pair. Gary Ray did pick that up for 209. Richard Strath is on a 3-bagger. He's got 2 shots left in the 10th frame. If he strikes out, looks like 182. Bob Caruso can convert what looks like a 2-pin from here for a 182 on lane 2. John Delaney got the first one in the 10th and can get the last 2 for a 206. Burkett still having struggles down there on 1 and 2. He's got a strike in the 9th. If he strikes out, he's looking at, looks like 188. Delaney got the second one. Chris Warren threw that Axiom Pearl down there again. Little light, tickled over the 8-pin and then knocked over the 7-pin somehow for a strike. That's a 226. Paul Fleming just shot 211. It's gonna keep him in the top 8, but he's gonna probably need some more pins so that he's comfortable for the next round to try and get up into that step ladder. Steve, we're re-oiling after this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been the last oil for the day.
Yep. We are re-oiling. There's one more game, and then we are re-oiling for the 8 games of round-robin match play. We will not be using 7 and 8 for the round-robin match play because that is the championship pair. This is the last re-oil of the day. Well, this is the last re-oil of the day for the PBA. I haven't said anything about this yet, but after this is all over, we still have another tournament after this. It's a local tournament. It's on a pattern. It's on the Roth pattern. It's the monthly scratch sweeper that they run here. 6 games. It's going to start, I believe, at 4 o'clock. And I'm about 50-50 as to whether or not I'm going to stick around for that. There's one person on the face of the planet that can get me out of this bowling alley for a non-emergency reason. And if she says, hey, I want you to come meet somebody, then I'm out of here. But other than that, I'm probably going to be with you for the rest of the day. Amaletto getting up in the 10th frame, balls away. It looks like he switched to a track heat for that ball. I don't know if he did that in previous frames or not, but that's the first time I've seen that ball come out of his hand so far. It's a strike. And if he gets the last 2, he's going to shoot 253 in this game. Gary Faulkner's got the first 2 in the 10th. If he gets the last one, it's 229. Paul Fleming got the first one in the 10th. He is on a 6-bagger right now. He's still on that 279 pace. So he is more than likely going to be taking over first place after this game. Cannot tell what ball that is coming out of his hand. It looks like an idle synergy, and it's a strike. Synergy, that looked like it. Tom Carter got the first one in the 10th on lane 11, and it looks like he got the second one. If he punches out, that's 191. Michael Holgan is getting up in the 10th frame on lane 12. He can strike out for 190 even. I missed the end of the game on lane 1 and 2 because I was watching the action on the other end of the bowling alley. Sorry about that, folks. Gary Faulkner got all 3 in the 10th and shot 229. It's going to keep him in 3rd place. He's far enough ahead of Amaletto that Amaletto's not going to jump him. Amaletto went 9 spare to finish off that game and shot 243. So Amaletto's going to gain about 20-some-odd pins on Gary Faulkner, but the top 4, there's going to be a change in 1 and 2. It's going to be Paul Fleming and Chris Warren, and then Gary Faulkner and Amaletto, but right in front of me on 5 and 6, we've got Todd Gell just threw the first shot in the 10th frame, and it's a strike. He can strike out for 193. Ricky Schisler got the first one in the 10th frame. He can punch for 173. Charlie Tony can punch for, I believe, 212, if I'm seeing that properly.
How you doing today?
Dan Schmerbach. Okay, so Tom Carter ended up throwing a 9 count in the fill ball for 190 even. Michael Hagen went 8 spare and can now strike in the fill for 178 on lane 12, and he did so. Dan Schmerbach got the first one in the 10th. If he gets the next two, it's 192. Chris Keene, our proprietor here, can strike out for, looks like 217. No, I'm sorry, 207. Todd Gell, it's a 6 count in the second ball in the 10th. He can convert for 183. Ricky Schisler got the second one. I believe after this game, everybody just moves one pair to the right. No. Everybody's skipping a pair because Amuleto just came off 9 and 10, and he's setting his stuff up on 1 and 2. That's a tough pair to finish on. Man, that's a tough pair to finish on. Chris Keene got the first one in the 10th and left a 9 count, a 10 in the second ball in the 10th. So if he picks this up, it's going to be 197. And he did convert. That is a 197. There's one player left to throw one shot for the third game. Appears that the guys that are set on the next pair and ready to go are going to wait. Charlie Tony was the one that threw that shot. It was a strike, and it was a 201 game for him. And we're going to get rolling in the fourth game. Dave Covington's grabbing a ball right now in lane 1. And Gary Ray is up on the approach right now in lane 8. The shot's away. A little high, and it's a 2-4-7-10. Locally in the C squad, our pro shop operator here at the center, Wes McNeely, had himself a pretty solid day up through 5 games. Through 5 games, he was the cut line at, I believe, 66 over, and really didn't need to do much other than shoot about 200, 205 or so to keep himself in there. But I think he kind of fell victim to some of the same stuff that I was talking about earlier with Dave Covington in the third game on the C squad. That was the squad that everybody started further left. Seemed like there was a little bit more rev rate in that squad than the rest of the 2 squads. Plus, like I said, lane's playing different. Same pattern gets laid out 5-6 times, and they just played different. And the difference for that squad was that they hooked a little bit more. That the lane beds get more. You know what I mean? You got 22 players in the first squad. You got 22 players in the second squad that hold 6 games apiece with only really enough time to re-oil the lanes between them. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how this deal works a lot of the times. They just tend to hook more the later the squad, the more times they put out the pattern. So, but the last game, like I said, he threw some good balls, and he just fell victim to how far left he really needed to be. You know what I mean? When I was watching it and saying, I think if I remember correctly, he was throwing the 3D offset, and I was thinking to myself, we really should probably be in something just a tad bit weaker that stores a little bit longer. And Mileto's still sticking with that heat on 1 and 2, and he just blew the rack up on lane 1. So, but he ended up having a bad game. He made a couple of mistakes, and he ended up missing the cut. But he had a solid day overall, really. Just that last, if you could take that last game back, he'd take it back for sure. All right, your top 4 qualifiers right now are bowling the final game of this 4-game shootout captures round on lanes 11 and 12. Your next 4 are on 1 and 2, and the next 4 are on 3 and 4, and so on. We got John Burkett on lanes 5 and 6. Ricky Schisler's down on 9 and 10. Chris Warren has started the game with a spare and a strike. Paul Fleming has left himself a 10 pin in the first frame. 12. Up on lane 11 shortly after that. Let me give you the standings after 3 games if they're up. They are. And just as I had said, Paul Fleming has taken over first place. Shot 279 in the last game. Chris Warren was your first place qualifier from yesterday. Just fell down to second place. He shot 226. You shoot 226 and you fall. That's kind of the way this deal goes every once in a while. Gary Faulkner stayed in third place with 229 in the third game. Amaletto is still in fourth place with that 243, but the gap's a lot tighter now. Glenn Smith has gotten himself into fifth place. He shot 251 that last game. Paul Lamond has fallen down to sixth place. That's the gentleman that qualified, I believe, third after yesterday and had a little bit of a rocky start. He's 17 under on the day, but he's still hanging in the show. As long as he can have himself a solid game, he's still going to be in the top 8 and make the round robin match play. Jeff Johnson's in second, and Tom Carter's in 8th, and that's your top 8. Those are the guys that are trying to get to the next round. The gentleman in 9th place, Gary Ray. That was the gentleman that we were just talking about a few minutes ago on 3 and 4. He ended up shooting 209. He's moved himself up to 9th place, but he's 26 pins behind Tom Carter. So he's kind of going to need a big game. And he has started this 4th game with an open and a strike, and then he just left I'm having a brain fart. He just left the 247. And Tom Carter, who he's chasing, 9 spared in the first frame, and then that ball just went a little high, and he left the right-handed version of the 247, 3-6-10. Dave Covington is unfortunately probably going to be packing his stuff up after this game. He just can't get the ball to go through the pins the right way. When he does get to the pocket, he's on 1 and 2, and he's got 2 9 counts. He spared them both, but as I was saying earlier, he needs a huge game. He's only in 10th. He's 30 pins behind 8th place, 31 pins behind 8th place. But like I said, 8th place is Tom Carter, and he's been bowling pretty well. And Dave's been having a hard time getting the ball to go through the pins right when it does get to the pocket. I'm about to go out to my truck and get a pair of freaking sleeping pants and put them on because it's so cold in here. Amaletto just 7 pin in the second frame. Gary Ray getting back up on the approach on 7 here in just a second. Rick Strouth is up on 8. And then Gary will have to wait on someone from 5 and 6 and someone from 9 and 10 before he can actually go. But Paul Lamond, the gentleman that's in 6th place right now that I was saying needs a big game, is got the front 3 so far in this last game. So he's doing what he can to solidify himself into the round robin match play. I'm going to give you the rundown of really what happened with all of our locals here. I mean, obviously, Dave Covington qualified 7th, Chris Keene qualified 10th, and I had mentioned Wayne Tobolin had finished on the bubble at 59 over, 23rd place. We also had a few other locals around here. Dave Pancos from the Port Charlotte area finished in 30th. He was 30 over. His average 205 for the day. I mean, you can't complain about that. He would probably have liked to have been here to catch a check today, but he was over in a PBA tournament. Wes McNeely, our pro shop operator, ended up finishing in 38th at 16 over. But like I said, he was 66 over going into the last game and on the cut line and just didn't have that great of a game. That's all. Just some mistakes, some bad breaks. And then we had one other gentleman from our area, Joe Barna, finished in 55th place. Big surprise, really, of the entire day, at least to me, was that Jason Couch struggled as bad as he did. Give me a second, and I'll see if I can pull up his scores from yesterday. He ended up finishing in 57th. He went 194, 183, 186, 203, 193, 158. Just, I mean, I didn't talk to him. I wasn't in the building yesterday. Who knows what happened? He could have been trying to play the lane wrong. Could have been throwing the wrong ball. Who knows? He might have just been off personally. Who knows? Yeah, that was a rough one. Bob Caruso just threw a really good shot right in front of us, and just one of the gnarliest 8-pins ever. And Steve Taylor turned around and was like, "Oh my goodness." Gary Ray is struggling when he needs to be throwing strikes right now, because he was the bubble boy out and was trailing by about 26. Tom Carter just missed a single pin. I didn't see what it was, and he is shocked that it happened. I'm not sure if he's shocked that it happened or beside himself that he missed it. Glenn Smith got the front three down on 1 and 2. Sitting in 5th place going into this game comfortably. Well, I shouldn't say that he's in 5th comfortably. He's comfortably into the match play. John Burkett's got the front three, throwing an aisle synergy. Where's he at? He's in 16th going. I have a feeling that unless he shoots 300 and some weird things happen in front of him, he's not going to make it into the show. Or excuse me, into the match play. Chris Keene is throwing a conspiracy scheme in the bag. Obviously, that's not the play right now. Tom Carter still throwing that Strata. I believe it's the Strata Hybrid. Flat 10. That ball, he might be a little bit too left for what he needs to do right now with that ball in his hand. He may need to get to something that's a little cleaner and more angular down lane. Not that that ball is not angular down lane. Emiletto struck in the first frame with that heat, but then went 9 spare, 7 spare. But remember, he's on that tricky pair, 1 and 2. That guy right there used to pitch for the Giants and the Red Sox.
He signed his game hat last year.
Oh, nice.
Sent him a baseball card. He threw a perfect game.
Oh, nice.
I know him. And he sent a baseball card.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Cool, man.
Yeah.
Emiletto just struck in the 4th. Glenn Smith's on the front 4 down there on 1 and 2. Gary Ray still making spares on 7 and 8, but like I said, he needs about a 4 or 5 bagger right now. Paul Lamont's on the front 4 down on 11 and 12. He just threw a shot, and I saw his hand movement, and he didn't like it. It looked like, I'm not really sure what he just left there. It looked like a 3-pin, but I don't know. Might be a head pin. Michael Haugen struggling to get anything going until right now on lanes 3 and 4. He just threw a strike on lane 4. Switched balls. He's definitely under contract with Big. I know that's a big ball, but I don't know which one it is. Tom Carter is really talking to himself right now. Glenn Smith got the 5th one. Paul Lamond converted that spare. Ooh. Some kind of bird dog just went down there and took down the 10 pin for Chris Warren. That gives him a double in the 4th and the 5th. Started out the game spare, strike, spare, and now he's got a double. John Marsala just walked by me. He had a fairly solid day yesterday. He just couldn't really carry. You know, game's over 200, but did not make the cut. Where is he? Yeah, 211, 167, 202, 215, 207, 200. So he only had one game under 200, but his one game under 200 was not a low game, but it wasn't a great game, but he didn't have any big 200s to like balance it out. Bunch of 2-0s and 2 teens. John Burkett had the front 3 on 5 and 6 before he left a 10 pin and converted it. Amaletto just opened in the 5th frame. He should be in the match play, no problem, though. Michael Haugen seems to have gotten himself on the strike train. Chris Keene started the game off strike, spare, double. He's about to step up on the approach on lane 4 here in a minute, as soon as Dan goes. Gary Ray still making spares. Spares are key, but this is a situation where he needs like a 5 or a 6 back. Tom Carter did strike in the 5th, but he does not seem to appear to like his look, if you ask me. He doesn't like something about what's going on down there. Bob Caruso's got one of the most unique styles I've ever seen in my life. Let's see how Bob Caruso bowled yesterday. 211, 223, 231, 178, 212, 246. So he had himself a look. He was in C squad. Tom Carter still throwing that Strata hybrid. Michael Haugen up right now in the left lane. Manages to kick over that 7 pin late. A lot of these guys are pretty deep right now. Glenn Smith got the 6 one. He's got the front 6 down there. Chris Warren is on a 3-bagger now. And Paul Fleming is keeping direct pace with him. So the likelihood of the order changing there is pretty low, in my opinion. Paul Fleming had Chris Warren by 26 going into this game. Amaletto strikes on lane 2 after that open. John Burkett gets back on the strike train in the 5th frame after converting the 10 pin. Chris Keene had a 3-bagger going into that frame and just left a 6 pin a little bit high. Glenn Smith got the 7th one. He's on the front 7 now. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's going to be an out-of-spot pin. No, it spotted it just fine. That pin's like halfway between the 7 and the 4 spot. Gary Ray just threw a really good shot out there. Threw a bird dog across the deck. And I can't even explain how that happened. Like, I think that was originally the 7-pin. It's kind of like I said, sitting halfway between the 7-pin and the 4-spin spot now. The bird dog kind of hit it, but like something else hit it from the opposite side, like at the same time, and like stood it back up and moved it a little. Chris Warren's up in the 7th frame on lane 12 right this minute, working on a 3-bagger. Paul Fleming went 9 spare again in the 6th and then struck in the 7th. Chris got that strike in the 8th, so that's going to be a 4-bagger. Gary, that was a really terrible break, buddy. All right, Glenn Smith is coming up on lane 1. I'm going to go down there and see if I can figure out what ball he's throwing. Glenn Smith is throwing a gem, and he's been throwing it all day long. Started with it in the first game. He's still throwing it. He's the only guy that I've seen that is not ball changed. I mean, and he got the 8th one. I wouldn't be surprised if he's thrown a different ball here too, and here. So in the fill ball every once in a while. But I know for a fact that he started with that gem, and he's still throwing it. Todd Gell, ladies and gentlemen, on 9 and 10, started this game with an open and has now got the next 6. Not going to make it into the show, but going to catch himself probably a slightly fatter check after this game. I put the voodoo on him. He just went 5 count. It wasn't a split, but he 5 counted.
I saw it another. Wait a minute.
Paul Fleming has left himself a 7 count in the 7th frame on lane 12. It was a 2-4-8. It did convert it, though. Chris Warren is up on 11 right now, working on a 4-bagger. So that could become a situation where Chris retakes the lead going into the match play. Emiletto had thrown a double on 1 and 2, but it's just left looks like a 2-pin on lane 2. He's about to attempt to convert. And he did convert. Glenn Smith's going to get back up in the 9th frame on lane 2. Working on the front 8. Dave Covington on the opposite lane, lane 1, getting up there, working on the double, getting up there in the 9th frame right now. Can punch out for 236, but I do not believe that that's going to be enough to get him where he wants to be. Tom Carter has found something on 3 and 4. It is on a 4-bagger. Michael Hogan is also on a 4-bagger. Michael Hogan is sitting in 11th place going into this game. 31 pins out of the cut, and that is going to pretty much end his tournament right there. The ball went, I don't know if it hooked early, if he got it inside, but it went high, and he left a 6, 7, 10. And Glenn Smith's bid for a perfect game is going to end in the 9th frame with a flat 10 pin, unfortunately. Definitely has gotten himself into the round robin match play round after this. No new 300 games since Chris's 300 game in the 3rd game yesterday morning. The A squad. Chris Keene is about to take the approach on lane 3. Started this game out strike spare 3-bagger and then has 2 spares after that. If he punches out, it's going to be 248. 248, and where was he at? 91 over. It's not going to be enough to get him into the match play unless some really weird things happen in front of him. But he too will probably catch a bigger check because of this game. Chris Warren left I don't know what he left, but he 9 counted and spared in the 8th frame, down 11 and 12. Paul Fleming ended up striking. Paul Lamond is getting up on the approach on lane 9 right now in the 9th frame, lane 11 in the 9th frame. And he can shoot 248, which will definitely put him into the match play round. And he got that one in the 9th. The guys on 7 and 8 are starting to finish this game up. Gary Ray just shot in 193. Fortunately, will not be enough to get him into the match play round. John Burkett. John Burkett just left the 10th and he sent a bird dog, but the bird dog was a little thirsty and had to stop for water on the way. Emiletto just looks like 4-pinned on lane 1. Converts it. Dave Covington. Dave opened in the 9th frame, so he can punch. Solid tournament. He's won one of these before. I think it's been a while, but solid tournament. He's going to finish probably somewhere right around 12th, I think. There's a strike there. Glenn Smith getting up on lane 1 to try and close out this 279 game that he potentially has. It's not going to make really any difference. It might change the seating a little bit or something, but 4-7-10. 4-7-10. 9 and 10 is starting to finish up. Ricky Schisler just left a gnarly little 9-pin on the second shot in the 10th frame. If he picks that up, it's 167. Charlie Tony can strike out for 224. Todd Gell just left a 10-pin on the first shot in the 10th. If he picks up, it strikes, it's 229. Michael Hagen just left a 10-pin in the 9th frame, picked it up. If he strikes out, it's going to be 212. It's not going to be enough to get him in the show. I keep saying the show. Get him in match play. Dave Covington ended up 10-pinning in the second shot of the 10th frame and picked it up for 189. Glenn Smith ended up shooting 255 after starting with the front 8. Richard Cheney is up right now working on a 3-bagger and can shoot 245. And Emiletto is about to take the approach on lane 2 as soon as Richard's done, and he can punch out for 203, which will keep him in the match play. John Burkett, right in front of me, is on, I believe, a 258 pace, but it's not going to get him enough. It's only going to get him to about 112 if he cheats. Keen working on a strike, got shot up in the frame with the ball crossed over and he left an 8 count. 11 and 12, your top 4 guys are finishing up, getting into the 10th frame. And Chris Warren went through the face and left a 5 count and almost converted it. He had left the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 and took everything off the rack except for the 4. That gives him a 217 game to finish this block. So I don't believe that he's going to retake first place because Paul Fleming is about to get up and he really only needs strike spare to shoot 217 and tie. And he had a 20-pin lead. So Paul Lamond got a 9 spare in the first shot in the 10th and can strike for 228. Wow, Paul Fleming just went solid 9 Richard Cheney 9 spared in the beginning of the 10th frame on lane 1. He's up on the approach right now. If he strikes, it's 224. Amuleto 9 spared on lane 2, and if he gets up there and strikes, it's 192. And Richard Cheney did convert 224, but that is not going to be enough to get him to the match play. He's going to finish at 134 over. Tom Carter, who was your cut for the match play, had a 4-bagger going in the 9th frame, went 7 spare, and is get on the approach right now for the first shot in the 10th frame. And if he strikes, it's 222. So if he strikes out, it's 222. Michael Hogan ended up opening in the 10th frame and shot 188. And Tom got the first one. So even if he spares right here, it's 212. Amuleto, I do believe did strike there. Lanes 11 and 12. Paul Lamont did end up shooting 228, got that strike. Paul Fleming did end up striking the fill ball in the 10th and shot 216. So Chris Warren gained a pin on him, but he was down by 26. So he's down by 25 going into the first game of the match play round. There will be a re-oil once all these players are done. It's the last re-oil of the day. They will re-oil all 12 lanes, but we're only going to be using 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 9, 10, 11, and 12 for the match play. Lanes 7 and 8 is going to be your championship stepladder pair, and lanes 1 and 2, I believe, is going to be the breakdown pair. John Burkett just threw a shot in the 9th frame, still throwing that idle synergy, and it struck. Tom Carter up for the second shot in the 10th frame on lane 4. Ball is away, and it's a strike, and he's happy about that one. Big old fist pump. So if he strikes in the fill ball, it's 222. Chris is going back to that pink urethane wall for his second 2 shots in the 10th frame. He got the first one and the second one. He converts the last one. It's 228, but that is not going to be enough to get him into the match play. And Tom Carter did get the third one in the 10th frame. He struck out for a 222 game. It's going to put him at 168 over for the tournament. Somebody's not happy with that bowling ball. And Chris is not happy with somebody not being happy about that bowling ball. Chris jokingly said, I think you just cost me the cut. Everybody's giving Tom Carter a hard time for making the cut. I need a wingman over here. Dan Schmerbach just got the first one in the 10th. If he strikes out, it's 210. Also will not put him into the match play, but it's a respectable finish to this tournament. And Chris is approaching for the third one in the 10th. And he struck. It's 228. And then, so Dan on that same pair is the last one to finish on that pair. And then we've got the pair directly in front of me, 5 and 6, that really just started their first frame or their 10th frame. This gentleman, John Delaney, shot a 150 the last game. John Burkett is about to get up on the approach on lane 6. He's got a double going into the 10th frame. If he strikes out, he's looking at 258, but it's just not going to be enough. He's only at 54 over. It's going to put him at 112. And That ball went high and he left a 4.710. That is not ideally how you want to start the last 10th frame you're going to throw or you're going to bowl. I heard him say to probably his buddy here sitting at the table in front of me, yeah, that one checked up early on me. Jeff Johnson, the DV8 staffer, just threw a power torque down there and got the first one in the 10th frame. If he strikes out, it's 218. Jeff Johnson, where's he at? Oh, he's in the cut line. He's in the cut line. That guy was sitting in 7th going into this game, so he is still going to be in the cut line. John Burkett took one off of that 4.710 and shot 221. So that's going to put him at, I believe, 75 over for the tournament. 75 over. Johnson got the second one in the 10th. That's going to be your last player to finish the shootout round. Power torque coming out of the ball return. He's going to pick it up and go up there and throw the last one. It's kind of inconsequential as to what happens. He can pretty much throw it in the gutter and still make the match play round. And he strikes. It's a 218, and that's going to wrap up our 4-game shootout round here. Steve Taylor's coming on the microphone right now to make some announcements.
Presented by DV8 Bowling. About 15, 20 minutes to gather scores, get everything correct. Don't forget, bowlers, if you haven't turned in the sheets, please make everything correct. Plus balances in the totals and the ball equipment. Turn down to be here at the low end, and I will get everything ready in just a few minutes. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Steve says he's going to take about 15 or 20 minutes to get the last game entered and the results up and know who's going to make it onto the step ladder, or not the step ladder, the 8-man round robin match play block. The oil machine's coming out right now, and he's pushing it down to 1 and 2. He's going to start down on 1 and 2. I think that I'm going to take a few minutes to go to the restroom and go outside and warm up because it's freezing in this bowling alley. I'm going to put this mic on charger for a little bit. We will be back, and I would probably say about probably more like about 45 minutes, I believe, we're probably going to be starting this 8-game block of round robin match play. Testing, 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 testing.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think
lane 10. Jeff Johnson on 11. And Tom Carter, lane 12.
Right. Did they? Right. I remember that. Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah. Right.
Good man, party ordered food.
Right.
Rick, you see you this week, dude. All right, come on. Here's Ricky. Sir, nice ball with us.
Right. Money in the bank.
Very much. Good luck. Good luck on producing too.
Yeah, are you bowling the other one?
Yeah. Speed stuff, some grabbing addicts and that stuff. They're rolling grab
Right.
It's getting better and better. My accuracy is pretty close. But I just got to be more against them. I don't have a good look at it. I'll just grab something else.
Right.
I used to be kind of pretty good in that 16 and
2 8-10 or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. That's cool, man. I appreciate you chatting with me for a little bit. Good luck next week, man. I'll probably see you over there, but I won't have a microphone.
Great.
All right, folks. Justin McDonald back. We're fixing to kick off the 8-game block of round robin match play in the 2022 PBA50 Lehigh Lanes Open, presented by DV8 Bowling. I was actually just chatting with Ricky Schisler. I asked him what the difference between yesterday and today was, and he said he had like a hang spot to the right today, where yesterday that same spot was like an overhook spot. So pattern kind of got a little bit flatter. That's kind of the same thing Jeff Johnson said. Pattern just got a little bit flatter. He said, you know, if you got it to the right today, it just kind of sailed, and if you got it in today, it kind of just duck hooked through the face, basically. And that's kind of typically what you see out of a flatter pattern. The more it gets laid down, you know what I mean? Like the first couple of times you lay down a pretty flat, and this pattern is pretty flat. It's 2.3 to 1. I mean, that's pretty flat. The first couple of times you lay down a flatter pattern, if you haven't burned the house shot or whatever shot was in there before out, that's not quite really as flat. And then once the pattern gets put down forward 5 and 6 times or whatnot, then it gets a little flatter, which means it gets a little tougher to play. And you got to be a little more precise and accurate. I was talking to Dave Covington. Dave Covington missed making the match play, one of our local guys, probably the best finishing local guy in this tournament. I haven't seen, actually do have the updated results in front of me. We'll go through them here in a minute. But Dave kind of said that they were a little bit tighter to start. And then once they and you will probably realize this and notice this if you go back and watch the live stream, everybody kind of got left towards the end, but everybody was kind of playing them like they were playing them yesterday morning. And when we were having that conversation, I kind of said, that's kind of how most of the guys in the A squad played them. B squad got a little bit left of A squad. And then I said, but you guys, you bowled the C squad, and C squad really opened them up from the start, especially John Burkett. John Burkett was very far left to start. Some guys are making some surface adjustments. I think we're going to get started with some practice balls here in looks like probably about 5 or 10 minutes, I think. Oil machine's done, been gone, and put away. Got Glenn Smith in front of me making some surface adjustments to reality. Gary Faulkner was up there messing around with a payback a few minutes ago. I just saw Amaletto adjusting the surface on. It kind of looked like a payback too, but he's a little bit further away from me, and I couldn't really tell. All right, so the guys that made it into this round.
Trying to keep up with you, Jay.
Actually, let's go through the guys that didn't make it into this round. The guy that finished in 9th place, Richard Cheney, good bowler from Miami. One of 2 non-members that made the cut from yesterday to today. He had games of 203, 194, 170, and 224 today. He finished at 134 over for the overall tournament. Total of 10 games. He averaged 213. 10th place, Chris Keene. Oh, Chris snuck around Dave Covington. Chris Keene, 199, 189, 197, 228 today. 119 over for the tournament, averaged 211 for the entire tournament. 11th place, Gary Ray, games of 185, 238, 209, and 193 today. Finished 113 over with a 211 average. 12th place, Dave Covington, 182, 216, 183, and 189 today. Finished for 10 games with a 104 over with a 210 average. 13th place, Michael Haugen, shot 202, 209, 178, 188 today. Finished the tournament 103 over, averaged 210 for the tournament. 14th place, Dan Schmerbach, shot games of 193, 201, 182, and 200 today. Finished the tournament at 78 over, averaged 207 for the tournament. 15th place, John Burkett, shot 212, 186, 167, 221 today. That 167 game was on 1 and 2. That pair can sneak up and bite you. Finished the tournament at 75 over, average 207 for the tournament. 16th place, John Delaney, lefty. Shot games of 214, 202, 206, and 150 today. Averaged 206 for the tournament, finished at 63 over. 17th place is really a tie for 16th place. Charlie Tony had games of 201, 170. 1 minute.
Go ahead and do my announcements. We're going to start at 5 after 12. Good afternoon, bowler fans. We cut to the top 8 of the field. This is now the match play portion of the tournament. We have a total of 8 games, but it's 7 games where the bowlers will be crossing different pairs of lanes. When they win, they get 30 bonus pins and 15 for tie. Also, the pinfall from prior rounds carries over to this round as well. Game 8 of this round will be a position round. So I'll take all the sheets up, gather all the scores, put the players in 1 through 12, and we list them as 1 through 12 for that one final game. And then from that point, I will cut to the top 4 for a championship round TV final. So there'll be a count on games 7 and 8. All right, gentlemen, we'll give you a couple more minutes and I'll get ready to go.
All right, so they're going to turn the lanes on for practice in about 5 minutes. We're going to finish going through this list and talk a little about a few more things, and then by then I'm sure they're going to be finished starting practice. I believe that we left off with John Delaney, tied 15th place John Burkett. Games today of 214, 202, 206, and 150. Averaged 206 for the tournament, finished at 63 over. 18th place Todd Gell, 170, 190, 183, and 218 today. Finished the tournament at 34 over, averaged 203. 19th place Bob Caruso had games today of 182, 166, 182, and 187. finished the tournament at 8 over and averaged just over 200 even. 20th place, Jerry Johnson had games today of 200, 210, 149, and 170. Finished the tournament at 3 over and averaged just barely over 200. 21st place, Ricky Schisler, who I was just having a conversation with a minute ago, had games today of 206, 185, 173, and 167. Finished at 1 over and barely over 200 average for the tournament. And
We're going to put you on for 10 minutes of practice on your lanes, so 3 through 6 and 9 through 12.
22nd place, Richard Strath, 183, 175, 171, 177, averaged 198 for the entire tournament. Actually asked him really quick in the parking lot while he was out there. I'm good. I'm probably going to get lunch in a little bit. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I was talking to him really quick in the parking lot. We were both headed out at the same time when I was trying to warm up a little bit because it's freezing in here. And I really just asked him really quick what the difference between like yesterday and today. And he said he really didn't think there was any kind of a difference. He just didn't execute well at all. So as you can see by the 4 people that I've talked to so far of varying opinions of the differences between yesterday and today. Some saying there's really no difference, and some saying there's quite a bit of difference. Like I said, what Ricky Schisler was telling me, he had a hang spot right and a hook spot in the same spot yesterday. I mean, that's like almost night and day. But that's kind of the difference when the pattern gets flatter. All right, so the guys just started throwing practice balls, as I'm sure you guys can hear. I'm going to go run down the top 8 because we started and went through 9 through 22 there just a minute ago. Your top player going into match play was Paul Fleming. Shot games in the shootout round of 245, 208, 279, and 216. Overtaking yesterday's top qualifier, Chris Warren, who had a massive day, was 291 over for 6 games yesterday. Came out this morning and shot 231, 203, 226, and 217. He really didn't do anything wrong to lose his lead. I mean, the 203 in the second game wasn't the most helpful thing, but I mean, really, Paul Fleming shooting 279 when Chris shot 226 is really what kind of did him in for that. But I mean, we've got 8 games of match play. We still got a long way to go here. It's not like Chris is gonna it's not like Chris is gonna lose the tournament all of a sudden because of that. Those 2 are going to be bowling their first match on 3 and 4. On 5 and 6, we've got Gary Faulkner, who shot games of 245, 192, 229, and 196 in the shootout round. Bowling against Glenn Smith, who really finished the shootout round with a massive 2 games compared to everybody else. He shot 170, 222 in the first 2 games, and then went 250, 251, 255 the last 2 games to get all the way up into 4th place. I don't recall off the top of my head where he finished the 6 game block yesterday at, but that was a mover. I don't believe that he was in the top 8 when we started this morning. 5th place, Paul Lamont finished yesterday in 3rd place. Shot games of 183, 189, 211, and 228 to finish up the shootout round and stay in the top 8. He is bowling on 9 and 10, bowling against Amuleto Monticelli, who had games of 224, 246, 243, and 192 this morning to get to where he is now. Do not believe that he started the round inside the top 8 either. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I don't believe that he did. And then on 11 and 12, we've got Jeff Johnson, who shot 268, 220, 224, and 218 this morning. This is the gentleman that said that the pattern played a lot flatter today than it did yesterday. It looks like maybe I didn't see that properly because I'm sitting behind lane 6 and they're on 11 and 12, but it looks like he just threw a purple hammer down there. And that's his practice. And I'm sure they're probably throwing a little everything out there to see what's going on, but I would be a little bit surprised if he started with that purple hammer because I don't believe that he did this morning, and I don't believe that he threw it at all yesterday either. And he's bowling against Tom Carter, who had games of 208, 244, 190, and 222 to make it to where he is now. Gary Faulkner just threw a 3D offset down there. Paul Fleming's throwing a gem. Glenn Smith is throwing, looks like the same gem that he was throwing all morning this morning. Chris Warren's throwing his gem that he started with yesterday and this morning. Paul Lamond has got that Quantum Evo Solid back in his hand. M. Leto just threw the Power Torque down there that he started with this morning. I'm going to walk down behind lanes 11 and 12 and see if I can see what those guys are throwing down there. Jeff Johnson just threw a Power Torque. Chris Keene is back here. Both of those guys looks like staffers. Tom Carter is a staffer. Jeff Johnson is a DV8 staffer. Tom Carter's throwing that session down there that he threw in the beginning this morning. The bag and seeing what's not, because he just threw a payback down there. Kind of the same thing with Glenn Smith. He just threw a Rubicon C3 there. Paul Lamond just threw a Defender. That was a big ball. You might want to think about that one a little bit harder. I think I like that ball better than that Quantum. Tom Carter just threw a Quantum Evo Solid down there with what looked like 500 on it. Jeff Johnson just went and retrieved it out of the pattern. Glenn Smith looks like he's going to throw a Helio in there here in a minute. Gary Faulkner just threw a Game Breaker 4 Pearl down there. Looked like he might like it. It's 210, but it was the first shot he'd thrown with it. Tom Carter threw that very fuzzy Evo Solid down there again. What's up, Jerry?
Hi, sir. How are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I see you're getting around now. You don't have your scooter.
I didn't bring the scooter in because this place is so small. Especially earlier. There's a lot of people here earlier.
Yeah,
Chris Warren just pulled a move like he pulled in the show against Chris Barnes last year, where he walked away halfway when the ball was halfway down the lane. He threw about 6 or 7 practice balls, and he's nowhere to be found now. Gary Faulkner, I feel like, is going to probably start this match with that 3D offset. Times with it. And that looked like a UFO alert that Paul Fleming just threw down there. I don't know if that's an alert or not. It's green. It's dark green like the alert is. Trying to get behind him and see if I can see it. Here comes Chris. He's a cool character right there. I'm not kidding you. He literally threw like 5, 6, maybe 7 practice balls in the first 4 or 5 minutes of practice. They gave him 10 minutes, and he's been hanging out outside ever since. Now that there's a minute left, he just went and grabbed the parallax effect, and he's going to walk up there and throw one or two more shots. I have a feeling that he knows exactly what he's going to do here to start this match. And I don't think it involves that parallax effect. I think that was just to see what that ball's going to do on the fresh. We got about 30 seconds left in practice time. I think everybody's going to get 1 or 2 more shots in, and then we're going to get rolling here. Yeah, Chris picked that gem back up. Just to check his line one more time before we get rolling, looks like. Ring 10. Glenn Smith still got it going on with his gem. Wouldn't be surprised if that guy ends up climbing up this leaderboard.
Professional bowlers, please, on your practice session.
Faulkner's putting the payback away. It looks like he's going to throw that GB4 Pearl.
Big round of applause.
Oh, that was an X1 that Paul Fleming was throwing that I thought might have been a UFO alert.
Lehigh lanes and PBA. Good luck and good scoring, guys.
All right, who's going to make the first move? Looks like Jeff Johnson's going to get up there first, and it looks like he's going to go with that Bigfoot I was talking about. Good looking shot, and it carries. Paul Lamont stepping up on lane 9. I believe he's throwing that Evo solid. Yep. Gary Faulkner got up there with that GB4 Pearl and left a 10 pin. Sorry. Carter on lane 12, throwing his Evo solid, very fuzzy one. A little high, but it carries. Paul Fleming is going to start with that STX1. He throws a strike. And power torque that he started with this morning. He's going to strike. Glenn Smith throwing that gem. A little high, leaves a 4-pin.
Makes sense. I can't believe you switched that with a conventional.
Chris Warren's going to start his match with his gem, and he's going to be the last one to start a match. And he 8-10s, and it easily could have been a 2-8-10. Tom Carter started with a double. Jeff Johnson shot away on 12, went Brooklyn and carried. Chris looks like he's going to attempt to pick a 10 off and hopefully get lucky and slam it across the deck or something. Nope. Caught too much of the pin. That's an open frame start. Emiletto left, I believe it was a 7-pin and converted it. And Jeff Johnson is going to start with a 3-bagger with his Bigfoot. That was a better shot. know today, but when do they come in? Question mark. All right, Chris Warren left the second frame, picked it up. Ben Smith opened up the second frame, left a 1, 2, 4, 10, and left a 10 up there. 11 and 12's match is shaping up to potentially be a barn burner. Tom Carter's got the front 4. Jeff Johnson's got the front 3. About to get up in the fourth frame right now. Paul Fleming, I was a little bit shocked that 10 pin is still standing there. Oh, there was one rolling across the deck. I couldn't see it. I was screened out by one of the score screens. He was waiting on it to roll it over. And I think he's going to need to late, so you can get to where he was at in the third and fourth game 20, 30 minutes ago. Let's see what we got. Jeff Johnson got the fourth one. He's going for 5 right now on lane 11. Yep, that one's going to miss the headpin right too. Tickled the headpin and took it down, but he just left the 210. Jeff Johnson missed the headpin right over there and left it 1, 2, 4, 10.
Yeah.
All right, you're still on the same wall pattern, the Billy Hardwick wall pattern. It's 44 feet long, 2.3 to 1. I had said earlier, not actually knowing that I think it's 29 mils of oil. It's 28.8. So you can say that I'm wrong if you want to, or you can say that I was pretty damn close without knowing. We got 8 games of match play here, 7 games of round robin match play, which means that everybody's going to bowl everybody one time. And then we're going to have like probably a 10, 15-minute little intermission where we're figuring out some scores. And the 8th game is a position round. After the 8th game, the top 4 move on to a stepladder final. Most of us know what that is, but if you don't, number 4 is going to bowl number 3, and the winner is going to move on to bowl number 2. And the winner of that match is going to move on to bowl the number 1 qualifier for the chance to win the tournament. We are not using lanes 7 and 8 right now because that is going to be the stepladder pair, the pair that we're going to use for the top 4. And that is not all of the bowling action that we have for you guys today. Depending on how long you want to stick around, we have got, I'm going to call it a semi-local tournament because I can almost guarantee you there's going to be 1 or 2 of these guys that's going to stick around and bowl it. But it's a tournament that Lehigh runs once a month for the local guys. It's the scratch shootout. It's a 6-game tournament. It's going to be held on the Mark Roth pattern, which is the pattern that the PBA is going to be putting out across town starting on Monday for the Lightning Strikes Open. It's the PBA50 regular tour stop. This is a regional tour stop. Basically all of these guys that are bowling this tournament are bowling that tournament, and some of the other big names too. Pretty sure Pete Weber's going to be there. I know Tom Hess is going to be there. I know Chris Barnes is going to be there. I know Brad Angelo is going to be there. Amuletto's here. He'll be there. Parker Bone's going to be there. Tom Carter's here. He'll be there. John Marsala bowled this. Didn't make the cut from yesterday, but he's going to be over there. Same thing with Jason Couch. Didn't make it to today, but he's going to be over there. I believe the practice session is on Monday. I don't have the schedule for that in front of me. All right. Lanes 9 and 10 got a pretty big match going on there. It's really a tie ball game. Both guys can max out at 280 on 9 and 10. Emleto Monticelli and Paul Lamont. And then on 11 and 12, that match is shaping up to be a pretty good one, too. We got Jeff Johnson is up right now on the approach on lane 12 for the 6th frame. Started the match out with the front 4 before he opened. He missed the headpin right. Shots away, and it's a good one. He's back on the strike train. He's bowling against Tom Carter, who started the match out with the front 5 and then went 9 spare. So if both guys strike out, Tom Carter shoots 279 and Jeff Johnson shoots, I got to do the math in my head really quick, 44, 74, 04, 264. How great of a starting match would that be for those two guys? Get both of their butts up the leaderboard a little bit. Remember, the winner of each one of these matches gets an extra 30 bonus pins now that we're in the match play portion. So you can really either see some separation or see some guys fly up the leaderboard when that starts. Jeff Johnson just left a flat 10 pin. Paul Lamond also just left a 10 pin. Don't know if that's the ball he started the last block with. I gotta imagine that it probably is. I mean, it's the same pattern. Granted, like I said, plays slightly different every time you lay it down. Usually a little bit flatter every time we lay it down. Gary Faulkner seems to really be on one right now with that GB4 Pearl. Started spare, double, spare, double. Chris Warren opened up in the 4th frame. He had to open in the 1st frame, and then he went spare strike, and then he opened in the 4th frame. I did not see the shot, but he's gotten that parallax effect out. He's the one up there throwing the ball. I think I would have stayed with something that's a little rounder and flatter than that this early, but I don't even have the opportunity to throw a ball and ball. My foot's broken. He missed a little right with that parallax effect, and he left a 2-4. And he's looking like he doesn't really know exactly what's going on here. Staring at one of his bags back here by the seating area. And he's wondering if he should be throwing something that's in it. I can't see what's in that bag. Paul Fleming had a spare in the 6th frame and then struck again in the 7th. Amleto's still on that 280 pace. Tom Carter got back on the strike train in the 7th frame to stay on that 279 pace, and he's now up on the approach on 11 in the 8th frame. Amleto got the strike in the 7th to stay on that 280 pace. Chris Warren on 3 and 4 picked up that spare. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was tough. Glenn Smith just threw a really good ball that went down there and blew the rack up, and he left an 8-pin standing there. Yeah, I don't know, Chris. I don't know about that parallax effect, man. I know you're older than me and you've been bowling longer than I'm sitting here holding the microphone, but from my point of view, that ball ain't it. Oh no, Tom Carter had an open in the 8th frame. That's going to bring that match not necessarily to all square because it's not, but going to bring it a lot closer. He can now strike out for 247. Jeff Johnson can strike out for 244. So it's a 3-pin match, but he just left the baby split. No, he didn't. Sorry, that was day 3-6. Emiletto struck in the 8th to stay on the 280 pace. Chris Warren made that 10-pin, and then Paul Fleming got up there almost immediately and struck. I'm not even 100% sure that Chris Warren was completely off the approach when Paul got up there for that ball. It's struggling bad here. He can only punch out for 178 here in the 9th and 10th frame on 5 and 6. Gary Faulkner, however, is on a 268 pace on the approach on 6 for the 8th frame. Paul Fleming just left the 36910 on lane 10, and he chopped everything but the 6. So he took the 3910 and left the 6 there. He's more than likely definitely going to lose that match to Amoletto to open up. He can only punch out for 226. Amoletto's on that 280 pace. I believe that Chris Keen's about to get up there and clear a deadwood out of the right lane on 3 and 4. Gary Faulkner just do another good shot and left a 10 pin. Slightly flat. I think it's time for Tom Carter to get out of that really fuzzy Evo solid because it just went through the face and he left it. Believe that that's a 3-6. Paul Lemond's Evo solid just missed the head pin right and he left the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. Gary Faulkner converts his 10 pin, and that's going to leave him with a max of 247 out there. He's definitely won this match already. It's just a matter of how many pins he can get from here. Paul Lemond could not convert that 5 count that he just left, and he can only max out at 203 now. Tom Carter picked up that spare and can now max at 237. Jeff Johnson can get up there and max at 232. That's a close match. Not really necessarily the barn burner that I thought it was going to be, but close match. Good match. See, it's probably going to be whoever makes the least amount of mistakes here in the 10th frame because they're both in the 10th frame. Tom's getting up for the 10th frame right now. Oh, man, Glenn opened up again in the 9th frame on 5 and 6. He can only punch out for 157. He's not a happy camper right now. Tom Carter just threw a big strike down there in the first shot of the 10th frame on lane 11. Paul Fleming has put himself together a double there on 3 and 4. Both of these guys are struggling on 3 and 4. They're your top 2 qualifiers, and they're going to – Paul Fleming can strike out for 14, 44, 74, 34. What? That's not right. 14, 44, 74, 234. And Chris Warren just threw a shot that crossed over and left a 9 count on lane 4 in the 7th frame. So if he picks this up and strikes out, it's going to be 205. So second place qualifier is struggling mightily right now. First place, not as much, but does not have a clean game right now. He opened up in the 4th. Tom Carter got the second one in the 10th frame. I mean, he needs 6 to lock out Jeff Johnson for this first game of match play and get the 30 bonus pins. Amoletto got the first one in the 10th and just got the second one in the 10th. So from my ankle, that ball deflected mightily. I wouldn't be surprised. No, he's going to stick with it. I don't know what ball it was. I think it might have been a conspiracy scheme. The shot is away for the 280, and he's got a 280 game for Amoletto Monticelli, the first game of match play, and that's going to probably vault him up the standings a little bit because he's going to get 30 bonus pins, so that's 110 over for one game. Tom Carter did throw the last one in the 10th frame for 237. Jeff Johnson got the first one, but he can't win. The best he can do is strike out for 232 and lose by 5. Paul Lemond just got a little for the first one in the I got and he's lost that game. Chris Warren 9 spared again on lane 3. He's not thrown a strike since the 3rd frame, and he's going to be coming up in the 9th frame the next time he gets up there. And the rack on lane 3 is having a couple of issues. It looks like. Gary Faulkner has a double in the 10th frame, gets one more. That's 247. He's definitely already won the match. Glenn Smith only shot 146. Pardon me. It's just a matter of trying to get as many pins as he can now. Folks, our proprietor and PBA50 active member, Chris Keene, is running food to the tables. That's how you run a bowling alley. Shots away from Gary Faulkner, and it's a strike. That's 247 in the first game of match play and a win, so it's going to give him an extra 77 pins to the good of the number. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Wow. That's probably going to be inconsequential as far as whether he wins or loses the match, but Paul Fleming just threw a very good shot and ducked its way out early. Jeff Johnson, the one that crossed over on 12, but it carried and he shot 232. Doesn't look super happy right now. Paul Fleming converted that 9-pin. He can now strike out for 213. Chris Warren can strike out for 194. Chris Warren has pulled out that Helios that he finished the last 2 games yesterday with, and looked very nice. Struck. I feel like that. I don't even know why. He could probably give you a good reason why, but from my point of view, I'm not really sure why he ever even got that parallax effect out of the bag. The ball's way too angular. Chris and Paul is going to be the last match to wrap up here. Oh, it was almost a copycat Paul's shot. Really good shot, go down there, blow up the rack, leave a 9-pin. He didn't send the bird dog at it, but. One going to be coming up here next, lanes 5 and 6. We're going to have Paul Lamond against Jeff Johnson. Paul Lamond came into this round in 6th, Jeff Johnson in 7th. Chris Warren picked up his spare. If he strikes, it's 174. Paul Fleming just threw his first shot in the 10th frame and looked like it was going to be a 10-pin. Something toppled the 10-pin over late. So he can max out at 213s. So the match won. Matter of fact, Paul Lamond just threw the first shot of the second match. And Chris Warren is throwing another different ball. Looks like he's about to throw a Nova down there just to see. That ball actually reacted fairly well. It's a shinier Nova. It's hard to tell with his facial expressions whether or not he liked the shot. Paul Lamond converted that split that he left. And Jeff Johnson is about to get up there and start his side of that match. the only second match that has started so far. That ball's in. Crossed over and carried. He's had that like 3 times since we started this block already. Yeah, Paul Fleming beat Chris Warren 203 to 174. And that was the final game of the first game of match play. All right, for the second game of match play, we're going to have Leto Monticelli and Tom Carter on 3 and 4. And we're going to have Chris Warren and Glenn Smith on 9 and 10, and Paul Fleming and Gary Faulkner on 11 and 12. Jeff Johnson went to the face and left a big 4 in the second frame. All right, scores are already in there for the first game of match play. Paul Fleming, the leader. He's going to be followed up by Gary Faulkner. Paul Fleming has got 75 pins on Gary Faulkner. Gary Faulkner shot 247 that first game of match play to move from, I believe, 4th to 2nd. Leto Monticelli shot that 280 the first game. Got him into 3rd place, but he is 8 pins behind Gary Faulkner, so 83 pins behind Paul Fleming. Chris Warren fell down to 4th place with that 174 the first game, but he's only a pin behind Leto in 3rd. Jeff Johnson got himself into 5th place with that 232, lost the first game. Actually, he moved ahead of the guy. No, he was already ahead of Tom Carter. Tom Carter moved up into 6th behind Jeff Johnson, tightened the gap a little bit with a 237 win over Jeff Johnson in the first game. Paul dropped down to 193, lost the first game. He was fortunate enough to catch Leto's 280 the first game. And then we got Glenn Smith in 8th place with that 146 the first game. He just had a tough time there. Had a tough time getting things going. It smells good. Somebody just walked by with some chicken wings. Tom Carter opened up with a spare in the first frame. He's up on lane 3 right now for the second frame. Paul Lamond ended up striking in the second frame on 5 and 6 and then opened on lane 5. I did not see the shot. Tom Carter's shot just crossed over. He went Brooklyn like a 5-pin. Jeff Johnson shot his away. He's ball changed to the power torque from the Bigfoot, but that shot did exactly the same thing as the first shot in that. Crossed over, went Brooklyn and carried. So start this game. And while it looks good on the scoreboard, I know in his head he's going, I don't really like this. Chris Warren opened his second match with the Nova and struck. And in the second frame, he just threw the shot and it went to the face and left the 10. Can't tell if that was a miss or if the ball just hooked from here and he didn't expect it or what. Started out with 9 spares, and Gary Faulkner is up on the approach on 11 right now. Jeff Johnson, that ball was close, went a little high and left a 4-pin. And Leto started with a strike. Started this round in that power torque. He's got a double now. Chris Warren was trying to convert that split and barely missed the 3-pin. He's talking to himself right now. Jeff Johnson missed that 4-pin. He's not a happy camper right now. I think I just saw him say to Tom Carter that's his first miss spare. I don't know if he meant of the day or the tournament. Chris Warren sticking with the Nova. And he carries that on 9. Amaletto just left a 2-pin on lane 3. Paul Lamont looks to be playing more out than I've seen him play so far, and I don't know. I could have been a miss right, who knows, but I don't know that that's really the play. Glenn Smith seems to have his Rubicon UC3 out. He's gotten away from that gem, and he's got a UC3 out. See how that goes. Well, blew up that rack. Paul Lamont has converted his second split conversion in 4 frames in this match.
Are they? I don't see them there.
It would appear to me that Glenn Smith is trying to just place it a little bit too much. He's trying to put it exactly where he thinks it needs to go, and he just needs to stand up and fire it. Paul Lamont just ball changed something that looked pretty fuzzy, but it flat 10. I don't know if that was that Evo Pearl he had earlier that he changed the surface on or what. Tom Carter is into that Strata hybrid that he was throwing earlier. He's gotten away from that really fuzzy Evo Solid. And he's started out this entire match 9 spare, 9 spare, 9 spare, and it looks like he's going, I really wish I could get this ball to go through the pins the right way. That was a Zenith Solid that Paul Lamont was throwing down there, and he just pulled out the Evo Pearl and put it up on the rack. He's kind of made that movement like, well, I guess if that ain't going to work, then hopefully this one will. Oh, whoa. That was a pretty good shot by Tom Carter. Went a little high. It looked like something was going to try and roll that 4-pin over, but it didn't. Jeff Johnson just threw a good shot. Down on the end pair, Paul Fleming started off spare double. Gary Faulkner went spare open double. Chris Warren's working on a double in the 5th frame. Got that ball out and it got lucky that it didn't 2-8-10. Still did leave the 2-8. Something kicked the 10 over late. Paul Fleming looks to be in a phase 4 right now and just left a 10-pin, sent the bird dog at it, but it was kind of tired. Didn't get there all the way. Jeff Johnson's got himself a double on lane 5. Amaletto's up on the approach on 4 in the 4th frame. I'm not saying anything because I'm listening into a conversation that's happening about 8 feet away from me with Jeff Johnson, and one of his buddies here was asking who was on this pair in the first game. One of the interesting things about our sport is depends on who you follow and who was there right before you and what they were doing in the lanes. I couldn't completely hear the conversation, but it seems as though he's seeing this pair of lanes different than the first pair of lanes that he was on because of the ball and how much surface was on it that Glenn Smith was using on this pair the first game. Glenn was using a gem. I wouldn't say that it had a ton of surface on it, but it had some surface on it. That was an interesting shot from Paul Lamond. I think he ball changed again out of that pearl, I think, to a GB4 pearl. And it went through the face, but something shot across the deck and rolled the 610 over. Tom Carter is struggling to strike here. I will say that pair of lanes is much, much different than 11 and 12. To me, it's a lot softer off the back. Jeff Johnson's got himself a 3-pair going here with that power torque. I think that he needs to move his feet a board or two to the left. And I say that ball looked a little high. It looked really close to being a 4-pin. That was a big shot for Jeff Johnson. He's on a 4-bagger now. Just like that, you go from not really having a look to being on a 4-bagger and being all right with it. Faulkner has here left a 9 5th frame too, but I don't know if it was a 10-pin or not. Ooh, Tommy just got lucky. Tommy almost split again, 2 in a row. He's got a, I don't know. He might be standing in the wrong part of the lane. He might be throwing the wrong ball. Whatever he's doing, something about it ain't matching up. At least on that pair of lanes. Paul Lamond may have found something with that GB4 pearl there. Match on 9 and 10 is pretty tight. Right now, it's only a 1-pin match. I think Chris Warren's got the upper hand in that match just because of ball reaction, but you never know. Paul Fleming has just left a 2-8-10 on lane 12. I did not realize that until right now. Oof. Chris Warren's having a really hard time getting the ball to go to the pins right now. Based off of what I'm seeing, everybody should be in a symmetrical right now. The guys that are throwing symmetricals right now are the guys that seem to be striking. Jeff Johnson's on a 4-bagger. He's throwing a power torque. Emiletto's striking. He's not on a string. Jeff Johnson just turned his 4-bagger into a 5-bagger going into the 10th frame. Emiletto's striking. He's not on a string right now, but he's also throwing a power torque. It's a symmetrical ball. Tom Carter's throwing a strata. It's a asymmetrical. Paul Lamond is throwing a GB4 pearl. It's an asymmetrical. He does have a 3-bagger right now. And he just got into that ball to start that 3-bagger. So we'll see. But Glenn Smith is not striking right now. He's throwing a Rubicon UC3. It's an asymmetrical urethane ball. Chris Warren kind of got an iffy look. He's got some strikes, but he's not stringing them. He's throwing a Nova. It's an asymmetrical. Paul Fleming just left a 2-pin. I don't know what ball he's in. He was in a phase 4, which is a symmetrical pearl, but that doesn't mean it's the right ball. And then Gary Faulkner down there. He's got a double in the 3rd and 4th, but then he's got two spares after that. And I believe that he's throwing the 3D offset, which is a very mild asymmetrical, but it's an asymmetrical nonetheless. And Tom Carter just went through the face again, and I don't think he ball changed. So, I mean, that match is more or less over. And he probably should just, he got 6 more games of match play after this. You probably should grab something else and try and find something, Tom. Jeff Johnson just left a 10-pin. Kind of looked like he rolled it a little bit more than he had been. Mm. That could have been a strike for the same price for Glenn Smith. Gary Faulkner has gotten out of the 3D, and it's a blue colored ball in his hand, but I don't believe that it's a power torque. Behind lane 6, and he's on lane 11, that was a Bigfoot, but I don't know for sure. I'll throw that Strata out there. Tom, I love you, but you need to change balls. Paul Lamont got a little lucky, got him a 4-bagger on a Brooklyn there. He's in the 10th frame. That was the first shot in the 10th frame. Jeff Johnson ended up picking up that 10 pin and shooting 223. Paul Lamont can strike out for 36, 96. Wait a minute. 36, 66, 96, 226. He can strike out the win by 3. So I'm sure Jeff Johnson's over there going, man, you really just threw a Brooklyn in the first shot in the 10th. You might beat me now. There's the second one. 7 to tie, 8 to win. Shots away. That one went through the face, and it's a 6 count? It really I couldn't see the shot. I was screened out by what was left on there. I thought it was a 7 count. It scored it as a 6 count, and it's going to be a 1-pin win for Jeff Johnson if that's actually the case. All right. The guys on 11 and 12 are getting into the 10th frame. You've got Gary Faulkner, if he strikes out, can shoot 233. Paul Fleming can shoot 227. Sorry, that took me a minute, but I couldn't see. Ooh, and Gary Faulkner just missed the head pin right in the first shot in the 10th frame. And then that hand movement tells you everything you need to know. M. Little is having a hard time getting the ball to go through the pins the right way consistently, too. I mean, he had a double in the 6th and 7th, and then he 9-spared, and then he just left a 10 pin in the 9th frame. Tom Carter's about to get up there for the 9th and 10th frame. I don't believe that he has a chance to even win the match. Shoot 139, 169, 190. He can shoot 199 if he strikes out, but he hasn't thrown a strike in the entire match yet. He's still going to throw that Strata. I have a hard time believing that that's the weakest ball he's got in his bag. Yeah, I mean, it struck, but it crossed over. I don't know if he's trying to hand trick it because he thinks he got it. If he just does something special, but Gary Faulkner ended up chopping that spare and shooting 198. And Paul Fleming just left a 7-pin in the 10th frame, first shot in the 10th frame, and can pick it up and strike for 206 to win. That's a little bit shocking. Gary Faulkner, when you're in the position that Gary's in and you're bowling against where he's qualified at, you've got to take advantage of that. And he's one slip away. Paul Fleming converted that 7-pin, and he's getting up there. He needs 3 pins to win the match. So he's going to throw his urethane ball down the middle of the lane. And he's going to get 8. And it's going to 204 to 198. On 9 and 10, Glenn Smith shot 190. And Chris Warren is getting up for the second shot in the 10th frame, carrying a 3-bagger. 64, 94, 224 if he strikes. Out. Tom Carter. Tough game. 176 for Tom Carter against Amleto. Chris Warren leaves a 2-8 in the second shot in the 10th frame. If he picks that up, it's 212. So that's a win for Chris Warren. Amleto struck the first shot in the 10th frame. He's already got that match in hand. He's just trying to get as many pins as he can here. If he strikes out, it's 227. Chris Warren just threw a Zen ball down there to pick that spare up. Did so. 212 to 190. Win over Glenn Smith. And on 3 and 4, Ameleto's got 2 shots left in the 10th frame. That match is already won for Amleto. Tom Carter shot 176. Amleto can punch out for 227. A little bit high, almost left a 9-pin, and something just came flying out of the back and tomahawk chopped it down. Looks like Paul Fleming, your top seed right now, is going to be setting up on 5 and 6 for game 3 of match play. One more shot for Amleto. Still throwing the power torque. Buries it. Shoots 227 to defeat Tom Carter 176. And Burr, it's cold in here. Micah Haugen. One thing that first shot in the third game, the match play is away from Jeff Johnson, who leaves a 2-pin. But the one thing that I didn't mention yet so far today is squad equity. Everybody likes to talk about squad equity, blah, blah, blah. It took 22 players today. We got 8 players from the A squad, 7 players from the B squad, and 7 players from the C squad. So take your squad equity, stick it where the sun don't shine. Ha, ha, ha. All right, so Jeff Johnson's going to be bowling against Gary Faulkner on 9 and 10. That match has already started. Chris Warren and Emily Montelli are fixing to battle it out on 11 and 12. Paul Lamont and Glenn Smith are fixing to go for it on 3 and 4. And Paul Fleming and Tom Carter are up on 5 and 6. That was a good shot from Paul right there. He buried that one. That ball didn't seem to really even deflect at all. Gary Faulkner just went Brooklyn and struck, giving Jeff Johnson a little taste of his own medicine. Tom Carter immediately back on the strike chain now that he's moved off of 3 and 4. That ball was a little bit high, but it looks like Chris Warren has decided to stick with the Zen ball, and it immediately solid 9s for him. Gary Faulkner sticking with the Bigfoot. and looked like it was going to be a flat 10, and the pin bounced out of the gutter and took it down. Tom Carter's 7 pins on 5. All right, new standings after 2 games of match play. Paul Fleming still at the top. 2 wins, and he shoots 203, 204. That's helpful. He's got a 60-pin lead on second place, who has now become Amleto Monticelli. Amleto went 280, 227. Chris Warren has moved back into 3rd place after falling into 4th after the first game. He shot 212 again, 174 the first game. Gary Faulkner is in 4th, shot 198 that last game. Jeff Johnson has fallen to 5th. Nope, excuse me, he was in 5th before. Paul Lamond overtook Tom Carter for 6th place. Tom Carter's fallen down into 7th place, and then Glenn Smith is still in 8th place. Amleto has opened up the 3rd game of match play with the front 2. So has Gary Faulkner. Glenn Smith is still struggling to really get on the strike train. He's opened up this match with two spares. Paul Fleming has opened up a strike spare on 5 and 6 against Tom Carter. Tom Carter's done the same thing. Paul's up on the left lane right now. Still throwing an X1. Well, I should say he's back in the X1. I saw a phase 4 go down the lane on 11 and 12. I think I saw. No, maybe that was the only other thing I saw go down the lane from him, other than a spare ball. Lamond is back in that Evo solid on 3 and 4. I don't know. I don't know about them balls, man. At least here today on this pattern, I don't know about them balls. He seemed to have a decent look with that GB4 in the last game. Chris Warren just 10 pins his Zen ball down there on 11. Paul's going to chop that spare for an open. Gary Faulkner just had one hook through the face, and he left a 3-6. Jeff Johnson is struggling on this pair right now. Opened up this game, spare open. Good shot from Paul Lamond. Amleto on the front 3 on 11 and 12, stepping up in the approach right now on lane 11 for the 4th frame. Yeah, Glenn Smith left another 7 count. Ameleto's got the strike, that's the front 4. Paul Fleming tried to just convert that 5 count that he had there. Glenn Smith is picking up an altered reality, having a little conversation. Having a little conversation with a guy that looks like probably one of his regional tour buddies. Kind of telling him tighten it up a little bit. Not tighten up like tighten up, boy. Tighten up his line a little bit, and he just buried that one. Tom Carter started out strike, spare, strike. He's up on the approach on lane 5. He's a 2-pin on that one. Still don't think that that's the right ball for him to be in right now. And Chris Warren is having a real hard time getting the ball to go through the pins correctly. He just threw that Zen ball down there again on the left lane and left another 10-pin. The look on Tom Carter's face right now says, I feel like I'm doing the right things, but I can't get the ball to go through the pins the right way right now. Paul Fleming has gone to a phase 4. It went through the face. Leto's up on the approach right now in the 5th frame on lane 12. He's got the front 4. That ball hooked up and went through the face. Don't know if it hooked early or hooked a lot or if he got it in or what, but he's looking at a 610. Paul Fleming just topped the 3.610 on lane 6. That is not ideal. Gary Faulkner up on the approach on lane 9 right now. He's in a good position in his match. Strikes on that ball. Still throwing that big foot. I believe Paul Fleming just went and got an idle synergy out of the bag. Yep, he's taking the phase 4 and the X1 and he's putting them away right now. Tom Carter still got that strat out. Glenn Smith threw that altered reality down there again, but they throw it the best. Jeff Johnson struggling a little bit down there on 9 and 10 all of a sudden. Tommy. Leto ended up picking up that spare and then getting back on the strike train on lane 11 for frame number 6 down there on 11 and 12. Chris Warren's about to get up on the approach on 11 for the 7th frame, though. See if he can get something that goes through the rack the right way on that lane. I don't think he's struck on that lane yet. Still throwing the Zen ball. He finally gets one to go down on that lane. Oh, Tom Carter just hit the pocket and lets a 7-10. I really, really don't think he's in the right ball. I haven't seen any of his bags. I don't know what's in any of them, but I'm having a hard time believing that Strata hybrid is about the weakest ball that he's got, really. I mean, he needs something that's going to store a little bit more energy and get a little more angular off the back end. But at the same time, it's not like he's got gobs of ball speed to make it get down the lane. That was a good shot by Paul Fleming right there. Oh my goodness, Amuleto almost just pocket 710 with his power torque. Yeah, almost pocket 710. Yeah, Bird Dog took out the 10. Ooh, got a little kick there for Gary Faulkner. Is that a Bigfoot that Gary's throwing? Is that a Bigfoot Gary Faulkner's throwing? He's a Bigfoot in the playback. Bigfoot, yeah. Amuleto picked up his 7-pin. Oh, Fleming did? Yep. He threw a phase 4 for what, 2-3 shots? That was a good shot right there. 3. I'm with you. Chris Warren just got a little lucky to strike there in the 8th frame on lane 12. The ball went through the face. Looked like it was going to be a 4-7-10, and everything went down. Tom Carter getting up on the right lane here after an open. Trailing in the match by technically 8 right now, but I can see that number going up quite a bit here in a minute. He got that one to go through the right rack the right way. Paul Lamond has got about a 25-35 pin advantage here on 3 and 4. Chris Warren just got himself a 3-bagger, so that match could change here in a minute. If Amuleto doesn't strike here, we could be looking at something different. Yeah, Glenn Smith can max out at 189. Paul Lamond, 24, 154, 184, 244. Paul can box out at 244. Tommy. Amuleto shots away in the 9th frame. It's a strike. He's got a max at 257. Chris Warren, I believe, can max at 239. So, if Amuleto gets that one, that match is kind of almost basically over. Tom Carter having a hard time here in games 2 and 3. Match on 9 and 10 is coming down to the stretch, and it's only like a 7 or 8 pin match. Ooh. Gary Faulkner just sent the Bird Dog across the lane on that one. Took out the 10 pin. Glenn Smith got himself a little something going right now. Punch out for 179, but he got a little something going on right now. See if he can carry it into the next lane. Paul Fleming almost just left a 4-9 there. And we'll get up on the approach on 11 to start. That?
Shut him out with strike.
Yeah. Yep. Hook. Oh, it hooked too much. Hooked too much. If he was right here next to me, tell me to keep my mouth out of the ball. And so if he picks this up and strikes, it's going to be 237, and Chris Warren can strike out for 239. That's a little bit of a development there. Gary Faulkner's got himself a 3-bagger going in the second shot in the 10th frame. That match is pretty much over. I mean, there ain't no pretty much about it. It's over. 78, 208. He can strike out for 238. Jeff Johnson can strike out for 191. Emiletto converts. Yeah, it was big. Yeah. Emiletto strikes is 237 and forces Chris to double and get a 9 count to win. Seven pin for Gary Faulkner on the second shot in the 10th frame. Kind of inconsequential as far as winning or losing the match, but you want as many pins as you can get right now. 3 and 4, Glenn Smith shot 179. Paul Lamond is up there in the 10th frame working on a 4-bagger. I believe that I had said that he can max out at 224 on that one. 124, 154, 184, 244, not 224. Oh, leaves it 4-pin there in the first shot in the 10th frame. All right, Gary picked that up for 227. Emiletto's final shots away is a pocket 10-pin. It's going to be 236. So Chris Warren needs a double and an 8 count to win. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Paul picked up that spare. If he strikes here, it's 223. He's already got the match one. He's just trying to get as many pins as he can now. This Tom Carter and Paul Fleming match. It looks like Paul's got the match in hand. Really, at this point, still. Tom can strike out. Paul can throw a bad shot in the first shot in the 10th, maybe. Chris Warren on 11 and 12 got the first count to win that match. Jeff Johnson struggled on lane 9 and 10, just opened in the 10th frame and shot 168. So Gary Faulkner wins that one 227 to 168. Tom Carter just left a 10-pin in the 10th frame. That match is basically all but over, I think. Paul went ahead and struck, got that 223 with the bonus. That's 53 to the good on the number. Tom Carter's going to spare. If he strikes, it's going to give him 169. And that match is pretty much over. Chris Warren got the second one in the 10th frame. He just needs an 8 count here to shut out Emiletto. That match is going on 11 and 12. Still throwing the Zen ball. And he strikes. It's going to be a 239 game, 3-pin win over Emiletto Monticelli. And then our last match to wrap up for game 3 of match play is going to be Tom Carter and Paul Fleming. Tom Carter already shot 165. Paul Fleming just 367. See what that's going to make things look like. He's still going to win. He's already won the match. But he would have liked to have had a whole lot more than that. It's kind of debatable whether or not that's going to be first place. He had 76 pins on Chris Warren, who just gained 66 on the number. Yeah, he's not going to overtake him, but he's going to overtake second, and it's probably going to be a close battle here for a few minutes. Paul Fleming ended up chopping that and shooting 178. Guys won all 3 matches, and he's went 203, 204, 178. Luck's on your side today, bud. All right. Lanes 3 and 4 for game 4. We're going to have Gary Faulkner and Amuleto Monticelli. And Gary's up on the approach on 3 now. They're fixing to do battle in that match right now. Amuleto might be starting with a different ball. I see the power torque on the rack, but I don't know which one he's going to throw down there. Lanes 5 and 6, you got Jeff Johnson versus Chris Warren. Oh, he's Verge Pearl on the rack, but he's picking up the power torque for the first shot. Oh, this is going to be my favorite match all day long. You got Paul versus Paul on 9 and 10. It's going to be great. I'm going to be calling everybody the wrong name the whole match. And then on 11 and 12, you got Tom Carter and Glenn Smith.
He's a dummy. He would do that. But he's smart.
Amuleto strikes with the power torque in the first frame. Chris Warren's getting up on 6 on the right lane. Looks like he's still throwing the Zen ball. No, yeah, that's a Zen ball. Little high, kicks out into 4-9. And this crew at the table in front of me behind 5 and 6 is all chuckling and laughing. Like they've got some kind of inside joke going on between them and Chris. That was a good shot from Chris. Amuleto's up on lane 3 for the second frame. He's going to strike there, too, with the power torch, though. Last match to kick off is on 9 and 10 between the two Pauls. Paul Fleming's going to get up on the left lane first. Glenn Smith struck on the first shot in the 12th, on lane 12, sorry. Jeff Johnson's got him a double in that match. Gary Faulkner struck on the first frame and is now up on the second frame on lane 4. Still appearingly throwing that big foot. Yep. And that one strikes. Shot. Paul Fleming left a 2-8. He's going to try and attempt to convert that right now. Tom Carter going back to that Evo solid that he started with on that pair in the first game. So he must see something on that pair that makes him think that that's the play, at least for that pair. Either that or he doesn't really think he can get in there and swing it with that strata like he's been doing. He might be trying to play out now. I'm too far away with a weird angle to be able to tell. Maybe here in a minute I'll get up and walk down there and see. Gary Faulkner with the 7-pin in the third frame. Jeff Johnson also left a 7-pin in the third frame, but on a different pair of lanes. He converted his. Mostly notes from yesterday. I was watching on the stream while I was working. Till the C Squad started, then I went to the beach and watched that one. Tom Carter's opened up this third game with a spare and a double down there. Paul Lamont just threw a good shot and got pretty unlucky there with a solid 9-pin. I've seen more solid 9-pins today than I feel like I can remember in recent memory. At least of a tournament that I'm not bowling in. Emiletto just got a little lucky to throw a double there. It easily could have been a 4-7. Chris Warren's went through the face and has a 3-6-4-7, and he only manages to take the 6 off of it. And he's puzzled. Glenn Smith may be finding something here. Let's see if I can refresh and get the game 3 results. Yep, here we go. Glenn Smith, he jumped over Tom Carter. And he might potentially have found something here. He's bowling Tom Carter. It's almost like a kind of a de facto position round, seeing as we're halfway through this 8-game block. Paul Fleming, after 3 games, is still in the lead and has won all 3 matches with scores of 203, 204, and 178. How about that, folks? You couldn't pay somebody to win 3 matches with those 3 scores in most tournaments and match play. More than 170. Gary Faulkner is 4th and just shot 2. Place Paul Lamont that just shot that 223. Going into that last game. Jeff Johnson finds himself in 6th place now after that 168 last game. Glenn Smith, like I said, overtook Tom Carter for 7th place with that 179. Tom Carter had shot 165 that last game. Glenn Smith actually hasn't won a match yet. And, I'm not going to say that he's going to win this one because it's way too early. But, he's got himself a little bit of a look here, it seems. Tom Carter had just left the baby split and picked it up for the 4th frame. Emiletto is perfect through 4 on 3 and 4. Gary Faulkner is up on the approach right now to attempt to convert a 10-pin that he left in the 4th frame. Jeff Johnson up on the approach on lane 6, and he is very far left. Still throwing that power torque. The ball went a little early, went through the face a little bit, and tripped a 410 late. Tom Carter back on the strike train in the 5th frame on 11 and 12. Ooh, Gary Faulkner got one out to the right, barely tickled the head pin, and he is looking at a 2-4-6-10 conversion here. I just heard somebody off to my right who I can't see because I'm screened out by the candy machine that's sitting next to me, but ask where Walter Ray was and why he ain't balling right now. Well, Walter Ray didn't make it to today. He started out, actually dug himself a big fat hole and shot 158 in game 1. But by the time we were through game 5 games, he was 50 over. That was, he bowled the morning squad, so technically that was inside the cut line. But it was hard for him to know that he still needed to shoot about another 215 for the last game to actually put himself in the cut. But he only shot 170 the last game. I think that was a squad where everybody started furthest to the right. But I think just, everybody knows how Walter usually plays the lanes. I think that he just got into a situation where he had to play the lanes too far left and couldn't get the ball to go through the pins the right way. Emiletto converts for the 5th one. Easily could have been a 9-pin. Something chopped it over. Ooh, that ball sawed through there. Whew. Paul Lamont just picked the 3 off of the 610. Paul Fleming's up on the right lane now to start the 4th frame. I'm going to let Amaletto throw this ball and talk about it for a second, and then I'm going to take a quick break to go to the little boys' room. Yep, he got it. Kick the 10 out of there. Tomahawk that deal out of there. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Glenn Smith just left a 7 count down there on 11 and 12. That's a tight match. That open that Glenn's got in the second frame ain't helping him, but Paul Lamont is staring at a 7-10 split. I don't know if it was a good pocket shot or if he maybe went a little high and went to the base or something. Back here and grab the DV8 Activate out of his bag. And it looks like he's about to throw it down there and see how that goes. Yep, that's a ball change for Jeff. Went in there nice, but flat 10. His facial expression said, I can work with that. Leto's got the ball away to try and go front 7, and it goes to the face, and he is staring at a 3, 4, 6, 7. Got a big upper hand in that match, though, against Gary Faulkner. Gary Faulkner started out with a double and then had 2 9 spares before he had 2 opens and another 9 spare. And Leto picked that thing up, the 3, 4, 6, 7. So he stays clean and he stays on a 276 pace. Chris Warren is very far left with that Zen ball, and it hooked early to the face. Left him at 3, 6, 9, 10. He is actually trailing in this match to Jeff Johnson. And he is really talking to himself. I don't know what layout he's got on that ball or what his PAP is or anything like that. But for me, that ball is too early for what he's trying to do here. But mine's been up. Chopped it. Leaves the 6. Paul Fleming seems to have gone back to that phase 4 on the right lane on 9 and 10. He's fixing to get up on the left lane. Lanes 11 and 12. That match is starting to get into a wrap here in a minute. Glenn Smith is up on the right lane for the 9th frame. He strikes. If he strikes out, he's staring at 221. If Tom Carter, his opponent, strikes out, he is looking at, looks like 247. So Amuleto got up after converting that 3, 4, 6, 7, left a 9 count and whiffed it. Gary Faulkner's up. I don't think that it's really going to matter because I don't think that Gary's going to be able to beat him. 120, 150, 180. Gary can strike out for 210. Amuleto really just needs to keep the ball on the lane for 2 frames. Now he can't even shoot 210. So we are definitely going through a transition period here as far as the oil pattern goes. Jeff Johnson staying with that activate. Another one that goes into the head pin but does not carry the 10 pin. Didn't go into the head pin, went in the pocket. It's kind of the thing that you run into with those lower end, weaker balls that aren't super expensive, and that's what that DV8 activate is. It's like an entry level ball almost. And sometimes they start to do their thing a little earlier than you really need them to do so. And then it's a weaker ball, and you can maybe play a little bit further right, or play where you already were, but you have a hard time getting it to go through the pins the right way to carry all 10. You know what I mean? So Glenn Smith ended up shooting one. Up first shot in the 10th frame right now on the right lane. He doesn't really need much, honestly. That one went through the face, and he's looking at a 3.610. But that match is already over. Converts it and throws it in the gutter. It's 214. Amuleto's about to get up on the right lane right now after opening in the 8th frame. This match is already over. I mean, it's not. He needs a 5 count, but it's already over. Oof. Still throwing the power torque. Got that one out a little bit, and it's 2.810. But that match is already over. He could miss this and go double gutter and still win. Lanes 5 and 6. Chris Warren's getting up in the 9th frame right now on the right lane, and he can max out at 205. Jeff Johnson, his opponent, can max out at 213. So this is a tight match. And Amuleto opened again on lane 4 in the 9th frame. Chris struck. He has to get all 3 here in the 10th frame to put the pressure on Jeff to get the first 2. First 2, and I believe a 6 count for Jeff, and he wins. Paul Fleming back in the idle center. Oh, and he gets the love tap. That ball was high and left the 4 pin, and then it didn't. Good shot by Paul Lamont there in the 9th frame. That's a pretty tight looking match too. Paul Lamont needs to punch out to put the pressure on Paul Fleming. And Leto up on the approach on lane 3 now. Trying to make it a double. That was a bird. Complete ball change, or we're just going to see what this thing's doing right now because it doesn't matter. Oh, Chris Warren left a 10 pin in the first shot in the 10th frame, and he barely flagged it. Shot 172. Jeff Johnson can throw it in the gutter twice and shoot 173. So that is not ideal for Chris Warren. The man was on fire yesterday, and he's kind of had a little bit of a pedestrian day today. Emletto gets all three in the 10th for 233. Gary Faulkner can punch out for 198. Ooh, jeez. Wow. That was another gnarly 9-pin in this bowling alley. I mean, that feels like 20 of those today. Steven, ain't that been like 20 of those today? Said, ain't that been like 20 of those today? Yeah. Gary Faulkner struck the first shot in the 10th frame, but it's inconsequential to the match. He needs to get as many pins as he can get, but it's inconsequential to the match. That match is over. Paul Lamont shot 169 on lane 9. Paul Fleming on 9 and 10 is got that match won. He's just trying. That's your number one seed going into this game. He's got the match won already. Again, he's just trying to get as many of these pins as he can. He can punch out for looks like 222, I believe. What's up, Nick?
How's it going?
How you doing, man?
Good. How's the tournament looking?
Nobody's really having huge games. Amaretto started all 4 of the match play games out with like 5. Shot anything over like that. Not that that's not huge, but the guy leading this guy won all 4 match play games. 203, 204, 180.
Scoring stuff.
Some yes. Our 2022 Southwest Florida Proprietors Invitational Tournament champion just walked up and stood up next to me. It's Nick Larson, bowling for Weber International right now. I believe that he's a junior this year. All right, all of the 4 fourth game match play games are done.
Okay.
Nothing is reset yet, so I can't tell you where anybody's going yet.
Just letting you know, so you're not surprised. It's a no doubt.
So, all right, here we go. Everything's just reset. Jeff Johnson and Paul Fleming are fixing to go for it on 3 and 4. We got to have Glenn Smith and Emletto Monticelli on 5 and 6. We got Gary Faulkner and Tom Carter fixing to do battle on 9 and 10. And it's going to look like Paul Lamond and Chris Warren on 11 and 12 down there. As far as how everybody's playing them right this minute, guys are there's a handful of guys that are a lot further left than I expected them to be after 4 games. I mean, there's only 2 guys, 2 guys on a pair. I mean, granted, it's not the same guys the entire time, but we got 2 guys on a pair. Everybody started out playing them mostly the same way as they did this morning, it looked like, for the most part. But everybody's getting pretty far left at this point right now. Or at least the guys that have the so are. Jeff Johnson being one of them. Paul Lamont just threw a strike in. Play down 11 and 12. Bowling against Chris Warren. Chris about to get up there on 12. Gary Faulkner just threw his first shot on lane 9. He's not super far left, but he's left to center. It's going to be interesting to see if Amaletto doesn't have a single ball over here on 5 and 6 yet. I don't even know where he's at. Where'd he go? Oh, here he is. Yeah, he doesn't even have a single ball up there yet on 5 and 6 on the ball return, but it's going to be interesting to see if he decides to go back to that power torque or stick to that damn good Verge Pearl. Tom Carter left a 10. Glenn Smith's first shot of the match is away. It's through the face, and he leaves a 310. I was looking down at my phone, but I think Glenn Smith just converted that 3.6 with more power than anybody I've ever heard in my life. And I say that because all of a sudden a pin just came flying back out on the deck. I didn't see what happened, but it probably got caught up in there and then fell down late or something like that. But it sounded like he made him a badass.
Might be back to step ladder.
Luke able to play, or did?
Gary Faulkner's either going to need to jump a zone left or get out of that big foot. It's looking too early for him. Either that or he made a mistake. Mileto leaves a 2.8 in the first. Sorry, that was the second frame. See if the result or the scores are in from the first game, and I'll let you guys. Yep, here we go. All right, after 4 games of 8 games of the match play. Now remember, we're cutting the top 4 for the step ladders. Got 4 more games of match play. Well, we got this one and 3 more. Paul Fleming is still in first place. Just shot 221 to win his 4th match. The only player that is undefeated through match play so far. Second place, Amuleto Monticelli just shot 233. Third place, Chris Warren just shot that 172 game. 4th place, Gary Faulkner, 198. 5th place, Jeff Johnson, 199. 6th place, Paul Lamond, 169. 7th place, Tom Carter, 224. And 8th place, Glenn Smith. As of right now, Paul Fleming has a 20-pin lead on Amuleto. And then we've got quite the gap, a 74-pin gap between Amuleto and Chris Warren. And then Chris Warren's got 21 pins on Gary Faulkner. Gary Faulkner is your cut line for the next round. And he is currently 115 pins behind first place Paul Fleming. And he has a 100-pin lead on 5th place. So if anybody that is not currently in the show wants to get in the show, they're going to need to make some moves. And they're going to need to make some big ones. Jeff Johnson was the guy sitting in 5th place, and that move that he's making is not the one because he started out open. Went back to the power torque, and he strikes in the 3rd frame. Chris Warren was just intently watching that ball go all the way down the lane, and it left a 4-pin on lane 12. Glenn Smith says you need some Geritol. Emiletto has elected to stay with that damn good Verge Pearl, and he's gone strike, spare, strike to start this match. Paul Fleming on 3 and 4 started out spare, double, and just turned that double into a 3-bagger. Chris Warren approaching on 11 balls away. Ring 10. He's not got whatever he had going on yesterday. Yeah, there's another big shot with that Verge Pearl from Emiletto. It's no shock that ball looks as good going down the lane as it does right now. I mean, the original one, the solid was, I mean, it's in the fucking name. Damn good Pearl. Or damn good Verge or whatever they call that thing. And Jeff Johnson has just left another ring 10 pin. Glenn Smith has put the altered reality back down. And he's got something else out now. Can't tell what it is. I think it's a trend. I think it was a trend. To me, that was kind of surprising. I didn't expect to see that ball going down the lane. We are definitely going through a bit of a transition period with the oil pattern right now. And the reason why I say that is because there's two guys that have big games going right now. Nobody's really got anything too huge going on. Paul Fleming's got a spare in the next 3, so he's technically on a 290 pace. And then Emiletto's got strike spare in the next 2, so he's technically on a 280 pace. But other than that, got some opens, we got some spares, got a couple strikes. Tom Carter started out spare, strike, spare, and now he has a double. He's up there trying to make it a 3-bagger. Back with the Evo solid, and it is out wide, and it's a 2-4-10. Sorry if that noise was weird. I had to spin my table because I keep trying to tip it over. Somebody else is going to come to the opposite side and lean on it and tip it over the other way, though. Yep. That ball got to the arrows off Emiletto's hand, and I said, yep, because it looked good. Paul Fleming. Oof. Tried to turn that 3-bagger into a 4-bagger, at least another solid 9-pin. That is the storyline of the day right now. It's how many solid 9-pins, really, but a handful of solid 8-pins, too. I got to stand up for a minute. My legs are starting to hurt from sitting here. Chris Warren has started this 5th game of match play out with a strike and has a plethora of 9 spares going on after that. It's a pretty tight match down there against Paul Lamont, who started out spare, strike, spare, spare, strike. Chris is still throwing his end ball, and he finally gets one to go through the right way on the left lane. First time he struck on that lane. Paul Fleming just left a 210 on lane 3. Leto left a 10 pin on lane 5. He's about to get up there and trying to convert. Yes, and he does so. Paul Lamont is back into that GB4 Pearl down there, and he just left himself, looks like a 2-7 spare. Interesting leave. Well, we know exactly where we're at with the match on 9 and 10 because both players opened in the 6th frame. And Tom Carter had a 7-pin lead. Gary Faulkner struck in the 7th frame. Glenn Smith is just really having a hard time getting the ball to go through the pins the right way. Jeff Johnson is back in that power torque, and he's pretty far left. But he left a 2-pin there. Tom Carter just threw a big strike there on lane number 10 in the 7th frame. He's going to keep that match more or less all square. I mean, it's a 7-pin match right now. Paul Lamont just threw a big strike there on lane 11. Jeff Johnson is grabbing Web MB. I believe that was a Web MB. It's definitely a web ball. It might have been the tour or the Pearl. I can't keep up with all the balls. Chris Warren just made it a double down there on lane 12. Tom Carter left a 2-pin on lane 9. Leto's up on the approach on 6. Still throwing that damn good birch pearl, and that ball is just sawing through the racks. Jeff Johnson's trying to pick up a 2-8 here on lane 3. Gary Fogg about to get up on lane 10. Still throwing a big foot. Trailing in the match by 7 pins. Chris Warren just left the 10 pin. He's about had it with not striking, I think. Gary Faulkner leaves a 2-4-8. And Emiletto just struck, but I feel like that went Brooklyn. I kind of didn't see the ball going down the lane. I just looked and saw pins flying, and the ball looked a little bit too far left to have gone through the pocket. Oh, Paul Fleming just threw a really good shot. Threw a bird dog at a 10 pin, and it dove out in front of it. Glenn Smith just cannot get the mojo that he had at the end of the 4-game shootout round going. He just can't do it. It's probably a combination of they're breaking them down different. There's not as many players. It's also something where you're not following the same people anymore. Like in that 4-game shootout round, you're following the same dudes to all 4 pairs or all 3 pairs, whatever. In this round, it's kind of just a random call as to what pairs you go to and who was there before. The match on 9 and 10 is fixing to start wrapping up. And it's really still an all-square match, honestly. If Gary Faulkner strikes out, it's going to be 196. Sorry, 206. And if Tom Carter strikes out, it's going to be 213. So it's still a 7-pin match. And there's one for Tom Carter. Got the one in the 9th frame. Oh my. That's right, Amaletto. Tell him about it. Amaletto just crushed the pocket. It looked like it was going to be a potential pocket 7-10. 7-pin late, and then a bird dog came across and took down the 10-pin. Match on 11 and 12 is pretty close right now, too. I think Chris Warren has the upper hand on Paul Bond. Tom Carter just left a 2-pin, or excuse me, a 4-pin in the first shot in the 10th frame of 9. Chris Warren for the 9th frame on lane 12. It was a little out, but it came back enough. That ball was in, and it held. Amaletto just got one in the first shot in the 10th frame, and it held, took down the 7-pin. He is on a 2:59 pace. That game is over. Glenn Smith can strike out for, looks like 213, I believe. Tom Carter picked up that 4-pin. He can strike for 193. Gary Faulkner can get up there and shoot 206 and beat him. Chris Warren just made it a double on the first shot in the 10th frame down there on lane 11. Chris can strike out for 226. Paul Lamond can strike out for, it looks like 218. Amaletto just left a 2-pin on the second shot in the 10th frame, so it's going to give him 248 when he converts it. And like I said, he's already got that match won. Can't lose that match. Jeff Johnson is watching his run at a show potentially fall right out of his hands here in a minute. Not necessarily in this game. No, that's right. He was already out of the show by 100 before, so his bid to get into a show is getting a lot harder for these last 3 games. Especially because Gary Faulkner in 4th place. He's going to probably shoot about 190, 200, something like that. And Jeff can max out at 182, and that's max out. That's if he throws 3 in a row. He hasn't thrown a strike since the 3rd frame. Gary just left a 10-pin in the 10th frame, first shot in the 10th, so all he can shoot now is 186. But he's still going to stay ahead. There's no doubt about it. All right, Chris Warren just wrapped up that match and shot 215. Paul Lamond, I believe, can shoot 218, potentially win by 3 if he gets all 3 here. Gary Faulkner just whiffed that 10-pin. That's a development. So that's going to give him a 174 loss to Tom Carter's 191. Paul Lamond still throwing that GB4. Needs all 3 here. He needs the first 2 in an 8 count. Got the first one. Paul Fleming, still your number 1 qualifier. Still trying to throw that idle synergy. Hooked up and went almost staring at a 310 right now. So Amaletto did end up winning 248 to 179. Paul Lamond just left the bucket on the second shot. Actually left the bucket with the 7-pin. He needed the strike and an 8 count to win, and he's now going to lose by 12 pins, 215 to 203 if he converts. Paul Fleming can strike out here for 202. And That's going to be another win. He's still going to be undefeated in match play, and he still hasn't shot a game in match play over 205. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He shot 221 last game. His opponent can strike out for 182. Yep, exactly. Tom Carter just came over to me to my notepad and wrote grind and put 3 exclamation points in capital letters. And that's exactly what this is a grind. You got a couple of guys that really got good lines and good looks, and everybody else is just grinding it out. Paul Fleming got all 3 in the 10th for that 202. More than likely staying in first place. He had 20 pins on Chris Warren, who only shot 215. And they both won. So Chris is going to gain. It's going to be even tighter between first and second. It's going to be like an 8-pin ball game between first and second. No, I'm sorry. Chris was down in third, way back. My apologies. Amoletto was in second. He may very well take over Paul for first place after that game. Did he just shoot? He shot like 230 something. Tom Carter and Paul Lamond. Didn't they just bowl each other down there? I'm not sure that what I'm seeing in front of me on the scoreboard is right because I think No, never mind. That was Chris Warren. Sorry. Tom Carter and Paul Lamond have just started the 6 game of match play on 5 and 6. Paul Lamond just came off of bowling Chris Warren. Oh, no. Tommy just picked that 1 pin off that 7 count. He had left a 2-4-5 and picked his 4 off of it. And he's kind of beside himself right now. He's kind of beside himself right now. And Paul Lamond strikes to start the match. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He left a 4 pin. Testing. Sorry, I had to put the mic back on charge, and I wanted to make sure that y'all could still hear me. We did this last week, and it came in real staticky and fuzzy because of interference from the charger. All right, lanes 3 and 4, 6 game of match play. Chris Warren versus Gary Faulkner. Chris Warren just threw a Nova down there, and it crossed over and went Brooklyn and struck, and he looked back at it like he didn't understand why that happened. Paul Lamond is staying in that GB4 on 5 and 6. Lanes 9 and 10, you got Glenn Smith against Paul Fleming. Lanes 11 and 12, you got Amoletto Monticelli versus Jeff Johnson. I'm going to go to the scores and see if they've got him in there through 5 so far. Yes, they are in there. Your new leader after 5 games of this 8-game round robin match play block is Leto Monticelli, leading by 26 pins over Paul Fleming, who is undefeated in match play, but has had luck on his side today, we'll say. His highest game of match play today is 221. Other than that, it's been 203, 204, 178, and 202. Fourth place, Chris Warren, your top qualifier from qualifying yesterday, is 79 pins behind second place. And fourth place, Gary Faulkner, is about 92 pins behind Chris Warren. And he has a very comfortable 104 pin cushion on fifth place, Paul Lamont. Jeff Johnson coming in sixth, Tom Carter in seventh, and Glenn Smith rounds out your top 8. We've got this game and one more game of the round robin portion of match play, and then we'll have probably about a 10 to maybe 15 minute interval to tally up some scores, and then we'll have one more game of match play as a position round, where 1 bowl 2, 3 bowl 4, 5 bowl 6, 7 bowl 8, and then we are cutting to the top 4 for the step ladder final that is going to take place on lane 7 and 8. You have noticed during this 8-game block we have not used lane 7 and 8. No one's on lane 7 and 8 right now. It is fresh oil, but it was laid down right before this block started and will not be re-oiled before the stepladder final. Chris is staying with that Nova, and it got real flat off the back for him. He just left a 2.810. Gary Faulkner started out the first 2. On 9 and 10, Paul Fleming has started out his match with the first 2 and is getting up on the approach on 10 for the third frame right now. Paul Lamond is approaching on 6. The ball's away, and it's a little bit through the face. Paul could not make his a 3-bagger. Leto getting up on the approach on lane 12 right now, spared in the first frame. Still throwing that damn good vintage pearl, and it is still salt through the racks. And Paul Lamond just completely whiffed that 8 count. That's going to be an unforced error. Ooh, caved it in on that one. Chris Warren just threw that Nova down there in the third frame again and struck again on the third frame in very similar fashion to the way he struck on the first frame. Not pretty. Man, I don't know. I'm having a hard time believing those big balls and getting that far left is the way to go. I don't know anything about how this pattern plays in this bowling alley, but I have the feeling that I'd be trying to do something more like what Paul Fleming is doing rather than Chris Warren. Paul Fleming's taken a idle synergy and gotten so far left. Chris Warren's trying to do it with a Nova, and those balls just, unless you trick the layout or you do something with your hand, they just want to start early and be a little flatter. I mean, obviously, if you polish it, it's going to be a little different, but Tom Carter just went through the nose and left a big 4. Tom only picked probably, it looked like the 10 pin off of that big 4 there. Glenn Smith has made a ball change into what I believe was just a phase 2 that went down the lane. Gary Faulkner just struck on lane 3, I believe, with a Brooklyn. He's now into what looks like a payback. Was throwing a Bigfoot. Now he looks like he's throwing a payback. Chris Warren's going to stay with that Nova. That was a good-looking ball, but it ring 10. And that's kind of what I feel like usually happens when you get that far left with a big ball. Even if it gets to the pocket, it's kind of too forward and flat off the back. Emiletto's got one out here and left a 2-8-10 on lane 12. Paul Fleming on lane 10 is looking to turn. Was looking to turn one strike into a double, and it was a good-looking shot. It just left the 10 pin. Paul Lamond down there on lane 5 and 6 has got a 3-bagger going against Tom Carter. Emiletto is very far left with his feet, and that ball is just sawing through the racks. Put ball change here for Tom Carter, maybe. I'm pretty sure that was a Bigfoot that Tom just threw. They're down on 5 and 6. But I'm pretty sure Tom Carter just pulled out a Bigfoot. And I'm wondering why he didn't do that an hour ago. Yep, that's a Bigfoot. Man, Tommy, that should have been the ball an hour ago. It's easy for me to say that standing back here, but I feel like he's been trying to force that Strata and that Evo down there for about an hour. Jeff Johnson trying to get something going down there. Trying to get something going to hang on to that 5th place check. Paul Lamond on a 3-bagger up on 6. Still throwing that GB4 Pearl through the face a little bit. Leaves a 6-10. And Leto still on the strike train down there on lane 12. Gary Faulkner looks to have ball changed again. I believe that's the Kinetic Black Ice. Oh, Paul Lamond did the exact same thing on the exact same lane that he did 10 minutes ago. And it's really a huge break for Tom Carter. Tom Carter back here messing with the Tournament director Steve Taylor. Can't tell what he was messing with him about, but something. That's hilarious. Jeff Johnson is really having a hard time down there on lane 12. It's almost to say that Amaletto's got that match in hand already, and we're only about halfway through it. Same thing with Paul Fleming on 9 and 10 against Glenn Smith. Paul just got a little lucky to not 7-10 in the pocket right there. About to 10 pin, but picks that up and strikes out, and it's 226. And if Glenn strikes out from where he's at, it's 199. 199. Glenn hasn't thrown a strike since the third frame. Chris Warren looks to have gotten into his Axiom Pearl. That one went through the face, and he is 36910. That looked like a good shot from Tom Carter. Yep, that was a good one out of his hand, and it went in there and it blew up the rack. Good ball change, Tom. That didn't sound good, whatever it was. I have a feeling that something happened in the back right there. Good shot, Tom. Good shot. Good ball change. Yeah. Amaletto's still got that damn good verge down there. It's just sawing through racks. He's on a 4-bagger now going into the 9th frame. And that match is over, but Paul Fleming has thrown the ball great all day, and he's just really had a hard time getting the ball to go through the pins the right way. He was leading for a while. He's in second now. I don't feel like he's in any kind of danger to fall out of the show, but he could easily, if he can't get the ball to go through the pins the rest of this game, the next game the right way, into the 8th game, he could easily end up having to climb the ladder where he was in first for a while earlier. You can see it on his face, too. He's getting a little bit frustrated. He just wants to throw a damn strike. It's 3 straight 9 counts. He had a strike in the 6th, and then he had a 9 count in the 5th again. Gary Faulkner might be back onto something with that kinetic black ice. Jeff Johnson just can't get anything to go down right now. He's back into that power torque, and he just can't get anything to go down right now. See if Paul can get one to strike here. Good looking ball. Yeah, that was a good looking shot. Good shot, Paul. That was the first shot in the 10th. If he strikes out here, it's 215. The best Glenn can do is 188. Oof. Paul's missed his third spare on the right side of the lane in this match alone. He's only shot 165 for this game. Oof. Chris Warren just whiffed a 4-pin on lane 4. Chris Warren is more than likely going to lose this match to Gary Faulkner. He can only punch out for 189. Gary Faulkner's got a 3-bagger going into the 9th frame. And he can punch out for 247. Tommy Carter just got real lucky, and he's thanking his lucky stars for that one. That's going to give him a 6-bagger in the first shot in the 10th frame. Yeah, you got to go back up there to that other lane and go back and do that again. And Jeff Johnson leaves another something over there. And Leto, meanwhile, is on a 5-bagger going into the 10th frame. He can punch out for 255. And Leto can punch out for 255. It's another good ball by Tom Carter for a 7-bagger. Tommy, I wish you'd have pulled that ball out an hour ago, buddy. Three and 4, Gary Faulkner's fixing to get up on the approach on 4 for the 9th frame on a 3-bagger already. And Leto just left a 7-pin down on lane 12. So if he picks that up and strikes, he's looking at 234. Obviously, he's already won the match, but trying to get as many pins as he possibly can here. Gary Faulkner, weak 7 pin. Leto converted. Strike gives him 234. Jeff Johnson, already shot 186. Paul Fleming just shot 215 against Glenn Smith's 187. Tom Carter ended up shooting 230 that game against Paul Lamond, who shot 165. Spare conversion for Gary Faulkner in the 9th frame. He can get up in the 10th frame and punch for 226. Chris Warren can only punch for 189. And Leto left another 9-pin in this bowling alley for a 233. Gary Faulkner gets the first one in the 10th frame. Second ball's away, looks good, and it's a strike. All right, one more shot for Gary Faulkner in this 6th game of match play. And then Chris is going to wrap his 10th frame up. Gary leaves a 10-pin. It's going to be a 225 game. And he's definitely got the match in hand. Chris Warren can only punch out for 189. I'm going to step away for a couple minutes. I'm going to order me some lunch and probably go use the restroom real quick. I'll be back.
is it? Was not today. I mean, he's still in the top four. But he started out with a power tool.
Oh yeah, we're good.
All right. Well, this is a little bit of a development. Amuletto's struggling in the 7th game of match play on 5 and 6. The very first shot he did, he got up there. He threw that damn good Verge Pearl again. I think he's still throwing it. Hooked up and went through the face. I didn't see what the 9 count was in the 2nd frame. He struck in the 3rd frame, and then he opened in the 4th frame. And I feel like I see him playing a lot tighter to the middle right now. He's still pretty far left, but I think that ball's staying a lot tighter to the middle right now than it had been previously. Balling against Paul Fleming on 5 and 6, who, I mean, honestly, that's basically a de facto position runner in the next game. But Amuletto was first and Paul was second going into the last game of match play. I don't know how it shaped up after that, but Paul has started off this match strike spare double. I will have to let me pull up the standings and see how close that was going into this game. Yeah, Amuletto was first and Paul was second. Amuletto had Paul by 44 pins going into this game. Those guys are going to bowl each other again the next game as long as Chris Warren or Gary Faulkner doesn't shoot a 300 this game here. And neither one of them is fixing to do that. Chris went strike, open, strike, spare, and Gary spare, strike, spare. Paul has a 3-bagger going in the 6th frame. He just released the ball. Still throwing that idle synergy. He just left a flattish 10-pin. Lanes 3 and 4, I haven't really talked about any of the matches for this. This is the 7th game of match play. We got a position round game after this, but we're going to have like a 10, probably 15-minute interval so we can figure out scores. Glenn Smith against Jeff Johnson on 3 and 4. Paul Fleming against Amuletto Monticelli on 5 and 6. 9 and 10, you got Chris Warren and Tom Carter. And 11 and 12, we've got Paul Lamond and Gary Faulkner. Standings after 6 of the 8 games of match play. First place, Amuletto Monticelli has a 44-pin lead on second place, Paul Fleming, who's got looks like, that's a big lead. That's a 150-pin lead on Chris Warren. Second place has got 150 pins between second and third. Chris Warren's in third at plus 449, and Gary Faulkner is in fourth at plus 433. Tom Carter has made his way all the way up to 5th place after that 230 the last game, but he's still 120 pins out of the show. So he has started off this game with a strike and then 3 consecutive spares. And Gary. Thanks, sir. Gary, I don't think he's going to make enough mistakes to let Tom in to the show. Jeff Johnson is a little bit irritated with himself. He's not going to make the show. He doesn't really have a chance to make the show. He's quite a few pins behind the cut line for the show, but he's definitely trying to hold on to what I believe he's got a 6th place check right now, and he just can't. He can't get the things going. He started out strike, spare, strike, and then spare, and then just opened in the 5th frame, and now he's left himself a 4-7 conversion that he picked up in the 6th frame, but he really needs to throw some strikes. He's got Paul Lamont and Glenn Smith right on his heels. And Glenn Smith is one of the guys that's right on his heels that he's bowling against right now. Paul Lamont has got a solid game of spares and a strike going on lane 11, so anything could happen there. Glenn Smith can't overtake him, but Paul Lamont's only 11 pins behind him. That was a big shot by Paul Fleming right there to give himself a double going into the 9th frame. Paul Fleming has basically locked himself into the show, and as I'm looking at the banners of people that have won one of these out in the past, out above the Pindex, his name's not on one. So there's a potential first-time winner right there. Of course, Amaletto's is. Amaletto's won a bunch of everything, really. I mean, that would be your only potential first-time winner that would make the show. The other 3 guys basically the guys that are in the top 4 right now are basically locked into the show no matter what happens this game and the next game. Not necessarily no matter what happens. I mean, whoever, Tom Carter could shoot 300 or whatever, and somebody behind him could shoot 180 or whatever, but Paul Fleming is the only one who does not have a banner hanger of the 4 guys that are basically in the show. That was a big shot for Amaletto to make that a 3-bagger going into the 10th frame. If Amaletto punches out, he's looking at 223. If Paul Fleming punches out, he's looking at 259. So that would more than likely be another flip-flop scenario, at least going into the last game of match play. The position round game. That ball crossed over and carried. It was a good break for Paul. Amaletto seems to have a pretty gnarly look. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. He's got a pretty gnarly looking split on his, I believe that's his ring finger. He was talking to asking our pro shop operator here, Wes McNeely, for some sort of a tool. I couldn't really understand, or not necessarily understand. I really couldn't hear him is what it was. I think he's talking about putting a bigger size grip in the finger hole. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. West McNeely just brought over a handful of grips, and they're gonna pull that. They're probably gonna pull that grip out of that ball after this game and change it.
Are you just going to swap them for him?
Yeah, whatever he wants.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just stay out of the.
After he finishes the game, I got position around anyway. So
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and finish this game, and then they're gonna pull a grip out of that ball and change it. Jeff Johnson is not a happy camper right now. Paul Lamont could easily overtake him for 6th place right now. Would kind of be inconsequential to the tournament, but would take a few dollars out of Jeff's pocket, put a few extra dollars into Paul's pocket. That was a big shot by Chris Warren to make it a 6-bagger down there on 9 and 10. He is going to beat Tom Carter. Tom Carter can strike out for 200 even. Chris Warren can strike out for 246. Paul Lamont just struck out for 259 against Amleto. So he's going to probably retake the lead, I believe, going into the last game of match play. Well, powerful wrap 10 fin for Amleto in the first shot of the 10th. I believe that I was wrong about Michael Hagen being on big staff because he just walked by me wearing a Brunswick sweater. So he likes them all, folks. All right, so Jeff Johnson just went strike 9 spare in the 10th frame for 195. And Paul Lamont shot 191. So that's going to keep him in the same place that he was. Tom Carter just went ahead and got the first one in the 10th for that potential 200 game. He's not going to win the tournament. He's not going to win the match, but hopefully go ahead and get these next two and shoot 200, not lose any pins to the number, and then you never know what happens in a one-game scenario. Gary Faulkner on 11 and 12 just got, left a 4-pin in the 10th frame on the second shot. If he picks it up, it's 236. Amleto ended up shooting 200 even, and yeah, Wes McNeely's pulling that grip out of that ball on the table right in front of me. So they did that to the Bigfoot first, and he just brought over that damn good Verge Pearl. That damn good Verge Pearl is a pin-up ball. Pin looks to be about 2 inches over the top of the ring finger, kicked off to the right, maybe 2 or 3 degrees. And CG is basically in the finger hole. Not that that matters anymore, but it's a pretty ball. I think he's got the same layout on that Bigfoot. Scores haven't updated yet after the 7th game of match play, but as soon as they do, I'll give them to you guys.
All right, bowling fans, give me a few minutes to tabulate scores, and then I'll arrange all the bowlers from 1 to 8, and I'll assign the lanes for the final position game. Thanks very much.
I'm going to sneak away from the table and see if I can see the payout sheet so I can let you guys know what they're getting. As we're getting ready for this last game of position round, or last position round game of match play, we've already got bowlers showing up for the tournament that's supposed to take place after this one. It's supposed to start in, I believe, 30 minutes for one of the two.
Where is this class? I saw something.
All right, so like I said, when we opened this thing up this morning, everybody that made it to today, the 4-game shootout round, caught a check. 22 players caught a check. And then after the shootout round, everybody from 22nd to 17th checked for $475. From 16th up to 9th, got $560. And then everybody else that was left is still here bowling. So whoever doesn't make it to the 4-man stepladder is going to get a check for $675. And give me 1 second, and I will be able to tell you what the entry fee was for this tournament. It was more than likely $310 for non-members and $240 for members. But give me just a second. Yeah, $245 for members, $310 for non-members.
All right, bowling fans, here's the rundown 1 through 12. We'll start action on 3 and 4. Fleming lane 3. Emily Monticelli, lane 4. Chris Warren, lane 5. Gary Faulkner, lane 6. Tom Carter, lane 9. Jeff Johnson, lane 10. Paul Lamont, lane 11. And Glenn Smith, lane 12.
I don't know.
Bowlers, first place, Paul Fleming, 685. Second place, Monticelli, 640. Third place, Chris Warren, 524. Fourth place, Gary Faulkner, 499. Fifth place, Tom Carr, 308. Sixth place, Jeff Johnson, 275.
I've never seen that.
Mullen is at 230. Seventh seed and eighth seed.
All right. I don't know how well you guys were able to hear that, but I'll basically give you pretty much a rundown of what he was saying, probably in a slightly shorter version. I'm going to give you the standings through 7 games in match play, and it's also going to be the matches for position round game. On lanes 3 and 4, your first place qualifier is Paul Fleming at 685 over, and versus Emilito Monticelli at 640 over. So 5-pin lead there. Lanes 5 and 6.
Wes, is this yours back here too, buddy?
That was the one that went rolling.
Oh, okay.
Lanes 5 and 6. Third place Chris Warren at 524 over against Gary Faulkner at 499 over. And those 4 are basically locked into the show because Tom Carter in 5th place bowling against Jeff Johnson on lanes 9 and 10 is at 308 over, and that's almost a 200 lead between 4th and 5th place. 4th and 5th, not 1st and 5th. 4th and 5th. 499 over and 308 over. Yeah, and so Tom Carter's bowling against Jeff Johnson, who's 275 over. And then on 11 and 12, we've got 7th place Paul Lamont at 230 over against 8th place Glenn Smith at 130 over, 129 to be exact. So not going to be a whole lot of flip-flopping with seeds here. You know, maybe Tom Carter and Jeff Johnson change places or something like that. Or Jeff Johnson and Paul Lamont change places or something like that. But
Hey, Stevie. Hey, we just want to go? All right. Just want to go.
these boys are just waving off to practice. I don't blame them, though. It's only been 5 minutes, 10 minutes maybe.
So let's give them all a round of applause. Good luck.
Gary Faulkner says, to hell with that 5 minutes practice. We just bowled 7 games. It's been finished. Chris Warren throws your first shot on lane 5, and it's a high and tight strike. Chris threw the Axiom Pearl. Paul Fleming threw the Idle Synergy down there again. Glenn Smith on lane 12 just threw a strike. He threw an Altered Reality down there. Gary Faulkner going right now, throwing that Kinetic Black Ice still. That ball went through the face. M. Leto stepping up on lane 4 right now. It looks like the damn good Verge Pearl still. Yep, sure is. That was a damn good shot. Jeff Johnson up on lane 10 right now. That's that Activate again. Paul Lamond looks to be getting into a Quantum Evo Pearl again. Either that or it's a Pandemonium. Yeah, there ain't no way. Yeah, it's like 180. Gary Faulkner opened in the first frame, but then just threw a really good shot to come back from it. Still with the same ball. Emiletto left the baby split on the left side and picked off the 2-pin off of it. Chris Warren pretty far left with that Axiom Pearl. That's funny. I do that hip bump thing too. Paul Fleming looks like a guy that might win his first PBA regional title here today. We are going back to the fresh for the stepladder final, but it's been sitting for about 4 hours. 7 and 8. They haven't used 7 and 8.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. Nobody's bowled on 7 and 8 since this morning.
Why is this it's not a step ladder?
Huh?
They're not doing. Nick said they're not doing a step ladder. What are they doing? They're doing.
Oh, I thought it was a stepladder. According to the tournament notes, it's a stepladder.
What he said they're doing. They're not bowling step ladder.
Are they doing like one of those eliminator style roll offs or whatever?
Something like that. I think they're just. Yeah, they're gonna.
All 4 bowl the first game, then 3 bowl the second game, then 2 bowl the last game or something?
I would probably assume that's going to be somewhere in that ballpark. But they already cut it down. They'll split it again, and then split it again, and then 2 more. I think we get 2 more games.
Yeah, that damn good first pearl.
Total pins, the 5th place person don't have a chance. 6, 7, and 8 don't have a chance.
Oh, yeah, no. They're only taking 4 to the next round.
Right. So
Yeah.
it'll be the top 4, but it was a 200 pin.
Yeah.
With a 500 to 300.
Yeah, it's like 195 or something like
Yeah.
that.
Like, yeah, they don't do step ladders, I guess. They do match play.
Got it. I don't know. I think it's going to be a stepladder roll off because that's what the tournament note said, but we'll see. Yeah. Those 2 dudes right there have really had the look today. The guys on 3 and 4, Emiletto, Monticelli, and Paul Fleming. Emiletto a little bit more so than Paul, but that's because he has more hand and more ball speed, honestly, really. I think Paul's doing everything he can right now to get the ball to go through the pins the right way, as far left as he is, and how he plays. He's doing it all right, though. It looks good on him. Gary Faulkner with a very nice shot, leaving a solid 7-pin. kind of sort of listening into a conversation that Chris Keene was having with, I'm not really sure who this gentleman is, but he seems to know Amleto and a couple of other players that are in here about how he bowled yesterday and this morning. Couldn't really hear it all, so I'm not going to try and tell you too much about it, but it's kind of interesting. Sorry, man.
No, you're fine.
Tom Carter still seems to be throwing that Bigfoot out there, striking. Amleto's got himself a 3-bagger going in the 6th frame. Getting to open in the 2nd frame. Chris Warren just sawed through that one. Ooh, and he got bailed out on the next one. He got it out a little wide. It barely came back and tickled the head pin, and something came off the wall and rolled the 2-pin over. Amleto converted that 8 count that he left. Paul Fleming's got a 4-bagger going in the 6th frame. Started out spare 4-bagger. Looks like Scott Cobb's going to bowl this afternoon's tournament. Nick Larson's already been in here with some bowling balls walking around. I see one guy from Naples down there on the end behind lane 1, Vinny Spangola. Feel like there's another one of Nick Weber's buddies standing there next to me. Paul Fleming just made his 4-bagger into a 5-bagger.
You don't do that very often.
We're going to be doing it today.
Curious as to whether or not Wes McNeely's going to bowl in this event after this one. Jeff Johnson is just having himself about one of the hardest times. It's funny because I sit here as a 35-year-old bowler, but with a broken foot, but with a halfway decent rev rate and some ball speed, and I think to myself, I'm watching these balls that they're throwing down the lane going, why didn't y'all bring anything weaker in here? Jeff Johnson's still trying to make a power torque work down there, but we don't play the game the same. We play it similar, but we don't play the game the same. I've definitely got more rev rate than he's got. Chris Warren seems to have some nice things going on, but I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't gotten out a hustle of some kind yet, or a hustle camo or a hustle line or something. Not that surprised at what Ameleto's doing, honestly. He doesn't need that hustle. He don't need that hustle. He's just going to roll 2 pins with that Axiom Power Pearl all day. Yeah, see, even that damn good first Pearl's starting to hook up a little bit too much for Amleto over there. That ball looked good, and all of a sudden it hung to the left. Walter Ray standing right in front of me. Not in a bad way, standing right in front of me. Walter Ray standing right in front of me.
Yeah, I'm not doing that to you.
How you doing, Walter?
I'm doing it. What do you got?
Same old, same old.
Hey.
You don't know?
So bad with things.
Gary Faulkner just plaqued the 10 pin with that kinetic ice, black ice. Might have just been a little bit too much ball speed off his hand. So Paul Lamont has got himself a 6-bagger going in the 8th frame.
Lucky I got the 8.
Leto had left another 8 count in the 8th frame. I believe it was a 3-6. So that ball's starting to hook a little bit on him. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, I don't know what bags he's got in here, what he's got in him. For all I know, he's got 2 or 3 balls weaker than that one in him. But don't know why he ain't throwing them. Paul just left the 3-6. Chris Warren's got a 5-bagger going in the 9th frame. Another big shot right there. Where was he at going into this game? He's gonna have a hard time taking over 3rd or 2nd place, but he's gonna solidify himself into 3rd. Another 10 pin for Gary Faulkner. Paul Fleming just let one out a little bit, left a 2-4-10 or 2-4-8. Gary Faulkner got the first one in the 10th. If he strikes out, it's 2-15. Leto's up on the approach on 4. That is a ball change, but I don't see what ball it is. I saw it late. If he strikes out, he's got 2-12. Paul Fleming has got a 9 spare in the 9th frame. If he strikes out, he's looking at 255. So that's going to – he was already in the lead, but that's just going to extend his lead, obviously. Big shot by Gary Faulkner there to go ahead and strike. Chris Warren can strike out here for 275, and you add the 30 bonus, it's going to put him plus 105 to the number. And Leto, if he goes 105 over, that's 629. If Leto Amaletto just left a 10 pin. And if he picks it up and he strikes, it's 192. So he's going to lose 8 to the number. Yeah, he can't overtake him unless he whiffs this 10 pin. If he whiffs this 10 pin, or if he picks it up and throws like a 5 count or a 6 count, then Chris can strike out and overtake him. Picked up the 10 pin, so I mean, he's got to throw like a 5 or a 6 count for Chris to be able to overtake him. Gary Faulkner shot 214. Oh my goodness. Well, it's all done and over with now because that was gnarly. Wow. Chris Warren just threw a very good shot and left a stone solid 7 pin with a messenger shooting across the deck. And it wiggled a little. Amaletto crossed over for Brooklyn on his last shot to go ahead and shoot the 192. Chris picked up the 7 pin. If he strikes, it's 254. So definitely can't get to second place now. Paul Fleming struck in the first shot in the 10th frame, well on his way to that 255 game. Jeff Johnson got the first 2 in the 10th so far and get the last one for 197. Tom Carter started struggling a little bit coming down the stretch of this game and is only going to shoot 191. So Jeff is pretty much all but got him beat here. He just needs a 5 count to lock him out. 5 count to lock him out, but it's not going to help him any.
Score 250.
Jeff threw a 7 count and shot 194, so that's going to give him at least a 3 pin win, even if Tom strikes out. Tom did get the first one. Good looking ball. Paul ended up shooting 245 in that game. Paul Fleming. So Paul Fleming's going to hold on to first place. It's going to be your number 1 seed. Remember, he's never won one of these before. He maybe made a couple of finals. I don't know. I'm a local guy that's doing this because I didn't have squad outs going on today. And Amaletto is going to be your 2 seed. And then you're going to have Chris Warren as your 3 seed and Gary Faulkner as your 4 seed. Tom Carter just threw his second shot in the 10th frame. That's the last match yet to finish. He left a 2-8. Tom Carter picked up that 2-8 and shot 181. And that is going to wrap it up for the match play portion of this tournament. I just told you who your top 4 is. We're going to be bringing that to you on lanes 7 and 8 here. And what the format actually is, there's been a little bit of debate. I kind of thought we were doing a step ladder, but somebody else said it's not going to be a step ladder. So we'll see.
All right, bowling fans, so I get all these score sheets in, make sure bowlers, you tell me plus and minuses. I don't need the up and down columns, just the plus and minuses, tell what's good. I'll give you the rundown, the top 4 here in just a few minutes. Thanks a lot.
Sell my spot for 200.
100. I try to get it for 100.
Thank you very much.
Bunch of the other guys.
Nothing. What are you doing? You bowling the other one? Yeah, the one this afternoon.
All right, bowling fans, here's the results after the 8 games of round robin match play. First seed, Paul Fleming out of Fort Worth, Texas, plus 760, 228.89 average. Second seed, Amleto Monticelli, Venezuela, plus 632, 226.78 average. Third seed, Chris Warren out of Grants Pass, Oregon, plus 608, 225.4. And number 4 seed, Gary Faulkner out of the Villages, plus 513, 221.3 average. The rest of the places 5 through 8 will be cutting your checks here shortly. And the championship pair will be laid 7 and 8.
All right, so it does appear that we are doing a step ladder. It's going to be Gary Faulkner against Chris Warren. Chris Warren was your number 1 qualifier from yesterday. Started off, I don't want to say slow. He had games of 214 and 200 before he all of a sudden jumped into a proton physics from a gem and went 300, 278 and had a chance to shoot 800 for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th games, but found his way onto 1 and 2 and only managed to shoot 220, but he needed 222 for the 800. 798 for games 3, 4, and 5 of qualifying, and then flipped over to the next pair for the last game and shot a 278 on that pair. I mean, basically, once he got into that proton physics and then got into a Helios at the end of the first 278 game, he just ran everybody over. Didn't have the same exact look today, but didn't have a terrible look either. Shot decent games today. Position round game, he shot 254. And the rest of match play started off 174, then went 212, 239, 172, 215, 179, 245. So did enough to keep himself in the show, basically. He was just standing behind the pair that he's on, putting some service onto, I believe, said proton physics that he ended up throwing for a while yesterday. It'll be interesting to see how these two players start this match. They are back on the fresh, but the machine's been in the back for a good 4 hours. Like they oiled this pair when they oiled the beginning of the match play, and It's just been sitting there. Nobody's been bowling on it. He's over there putting some surface on a Zen Master right now too. We're getting some practice balls underway, folks. Chris Warren threw a gem down there first. I did not see Gary Faulkner's ball because I was looking down at my phone, honestly.
Hold up, bowlers. Please, hold up, bowlers. You don't need to practice. You don't have not time yet, guys. Not time yet. I haven't finished cutting the checks for the rest of the guys yet. Please, hold up.
We're going to hold up. We're going to cut some checks first. Well, I'm pretty sure that Gary threw that kinetic black ice down there in the one ball in practice that he actually threw. From what Walter just told me, that those guys aren't even supposed to be practicing completely yet. The number one guy is supposed to come up and practice for 2 minutes. And then the number two guy is supposed to come up and join him for 6 minutes. And then the other two guys are supposed to get up when those 6 minutes are over and practice for 8 minutes. So
I just don't understand why they can't practice. The number one seed gets 2 minutes by himself. Number two comes off practices for 8 minutes. So 2 minutes.
Oh, come on.
But he gets to get started. I was told
Tell me something even better.
All right, well, we're breaking here. I'm going to use the little boys' room.
Test 1, 2. Places 5 through 8 and the alternate. Your checks are ready here at the desk. Thank you.
Check. $4 to you, sir. Thank you, Joe. All right.
As I said, I got places 5 through 8. Got your checks ready. I'm also going to have the top 4 holders gathered up here at lanes 5 and 6. So I'll probably do some with the practice in this interior. Thank you.
Babe, what rest? Register.
Chris Warren. Got Chris Warren, Jerry, and Leto. Just need squeak.
Everybody keeps calling Chris Warren Squeaks. Even Steve Taylor's calling him Squeaks. That's what he was telling me.
Let's call him Squeaky. I don't know what he's talking about. Squeaks. He's Squeaky.
That's hilarious.
Okay. right, gentlemen, Bolton fans, we're gonna have an 18-minute practice session here for the guys on lane 7 and 8 for the championship round. First, the number 2 seeded player, which is Atlanta Monticelli, you're gonna have 8 minutes warm up, starting from lane 7 and 8 by yourself. When you are ready, I'll be ready. You get 3 first ball, we'll start the time clock.
All right, so Amuleto Monticelli is going to get 8 minutes to practice by himself on the pair right now as your number 2 seed.
Mike Bailey. No, he's right. Second guy comes when do you think you're right? Okay, actually, we just have 2 minutes, and then he'll get 2 minutes by himself, and then those 2 guys will come on. We'll get the last 2 minutes by himself. That actually makes more sense. 40 more seconds. Nice ball. Oh, yeah. Hey, Mike, you need to be like 16 and a half. Oh, exactly.
There's a table directly in front of me. It has Chris Keene sitting at it, Michael Hagen, Walter Ray, and Gary Faulkner. And those are the only 4 seats available at the table. But Paul Fleming, the number 1 seed, the guy who I mentioned earlier, has never won one of these before, was standing at the end of it. And there's a debate about how practice goes for these things. It's like what it actually is the number 2 seed gets 8 minutes, but after 2 minutes of his 8 minutes, the number 1 seed comes and joins him. And then once Amuleto's 8 minutes runs up, the number 1's still up there for another 2 minutes, but the 3 and 4s come and join the number 1 is what it sounds like to me. But it's a little bit confusing, obviously. I'm sure it sounds confusing coming out of my mouth. But Paul was about to get up there about a minute early, and Chris Keene was like, calm down, son. Just you never done one of these before, but calm down, Fleming.
It was really ugly last time I tried. Verity Crawley and her
Man Christian, I don't know how to pronounce his last name, just walked in the door. So they're obviously here to bowl the 6-game sweeper after this tournament ends. There's a decent handful of people walking in the door right now trying to bowl this tournament. It's going to take probably about another hour to maybe an hour and a half before it gets kicked off. I am just now checking like the live feed, like the comment section. And Andrea, I see you. Fleming has multiple titles, just not in this region. I didn't know that if they weren't in the region, that they don't put the banner up there. I'm assuming that Andrea Fleming is Paul Fleming's wife. Thank you, Andrea. Chris Bellissimo, if you're still watching, you'll probably remember me from that regional over here about a month ago. We bowled right next to each other the whole time. All right, Amuletto's up there. Amuletto's still up there practicing. Paul was just informed that he has 2 more minutes up there if he wants it, and he said he doesn't want it. So I believe that they're going to go ahead and let Gary and Chris go. trophy that the guys are going to take home today, and that thing is pretty. I don't know who got that from where, but that thing's cool. It's funny. All the Weber kids are here for the tournament this afternoon. Wayne to Poland just walked in the door with some bowling balls. He's probably going to bowl. Yeah, 3 and 4 are getting it on practice balls wise. Chris Warren's throwing that gem a lot in practice. I'm sure he's going to throw a couple. He's got a Zen Master and a Proton Physics up there too, but he's throwing that gem a lot in practice. Gary really only seems to be throwing that kinetic black ice, and that is, I don't even see another ball up there that doesn't belong to Chris Warren. Chris is putting the Zen Master away, it looks like. Yep. Throwing that gem. Chris is done with practice. He's ready to go. Looks like Gary just threw his last shot, and they're going to kill his practice time earlier, and they're going to start. Dennis's Bush is walking up there to kill the practice time, and they are fixing to get it on.
Just 1, 2. All right, bowling fans, here's the first match of the championship. Number 3 seed, test. Number 3 seed, Chris Warren out of Grand Spanish, Oregon. He has 6 national titles and 57 regional titles. Let's give him his opponent, number 4 seed. He goes to Villages, Florida, his home. He has 3 regional titles. He's going to hand to Gary Faulkner. Good luck, bowlers.
So you heard Chris Warren's won on the national tour 6 times, won 57 times in the regional tour, trying to make this number 58. Against Gary Faulkner, the 4 seed, won 3 times on the regional tour. Chris is going to start the match first on the left lane. Throwing the gem. Got it out way